Hello, everyone. We will start with our opening remarks. So if you can kindly be seated. So once again, welcome. Since 2019, with the financial support of the European Union, together with the Istanbul Policy Center and Olof Palme International Center, we have the Civil Society Empowerment Project that we have been carrying out. And welcome to the Festival of Coexistence of the project. For the next 2 days, we are going to have national and international activists in the field of memory, environment, and we will be listening to experts and activists, and we are also going to have workshops for young people and children regarding coexistence. During your time here, please feel free to visit the booths and try to get to know different institutions, and we will have artists performing throughout the day. I wish you will all enjoy our festival. Now, in order to deliver her opening remarks, I would like to invite Professor Ayşe Soysal from Hrant Dink Foundation. Organized together with Hrant Dink Foundation and Hafıza Merkezi Memory Center. We are here at the Festival of Coexistence, and welcome. Well, the history of the festival goes back to 2019. So at that time, we had the Empowering Civil Society Organizations project carried out in cooperation with the Istanbul Policy Center and Olof Palme International Center with financial support from the European Union. For the first time ever, Hrant Dink Foundation received such a huge amount of grant, and we assumed the role of distributing such a huge grant amount to projects that would make a difference. So we established a team of young people who are smart, and by the way, everyone apart from me, they were young. So we established this team of young people and smart and intelligent people that planned the assessment process step by step. So we tried to bring together people who devoted themselves to the civil society. They shared their expert opinion and helped us make the right decisions. And at the end, the projects of 15 civil society organizations received support. 10 people from civil society organizations got experience from CSOs abroad, and together with hundreds of people working for the civil society throughout Turkey, we were able to come together through online and in-person panels. In terms of carrying out of the projects, of course, the pandemic conditions became a huge challenge for all of us, but the institutions receiving the grants were very determined to continue their work. With the original solutions they were able to come up with, they tried to make sure that they redesigned their projects in line with the new conditions, and they were able to continue their work without any interruptions. So their power, their creativity, their determination was very strong, and it was giving us hope to watch this. Throughout the process, as the Hrant Dink Foundation, we also learned a lot. Civil society organizations that share common values with us, we were able to get to know them better and closer, and these acquaintances will also help us for future project collaborations and will bring to us new partnerships. Throughout the project, we all worked very hard. However, the outcome was so nice, so we don't feel tired. So the team from the foundation for the organization of this Festival of Coexistence really worked hard. So I would like to thank one by one everyone who made a contribution to the organization of this festival. So we all deserve a celebration. we all deserve to come together physically in a very nice and fun environment, and here we are all together. During 2 days in this festival of coexistence, we will be talking to each other, listening to each other, and we will be learning from one another. We will talk about civil sphere, women's rights, human rights, LGBT rights, institutional memory, climate crisis, poverty and inequalities, hate speech, and combating fake news, rights of the refugees, philanthropy. Many topics will be discussed here throughout the panels. We will attend our workshops, have fun during the concerts, and we will be together. With our belief in civil society, we will feel that we are not alone, and this will further encourage us for our future work. Ladies and gentlemen, we're so happy that you are here, that we are together. I would like to wish you all a very fun and fruitful festival. We would like to thank Professor Ayşe Soysal. Now I would like to invite from the Istanbul Policy Center, Coordinator of Urbanization, Ayşe Köse Badur. Thank you. As Istanbul Policy Center, we participated in this empowering civil society organizations project carried out with the financial support of the European Union, and we are very happy to be a part of this project. So during this festival, we will be together as academic students, experts, and we will have activities and events, and we will be discussing certain topics. This is very important because as IPC in different cities of Turkey, we try to carry out different projects. When we go to the cities, to the provinces, we try to come together with the local representatives on different themes and topics. And the most important shortcoming that we are observing is the ability to work together, to discuss issues and take joint decisions. People have difficulty coming together at the local level, and this failure of being together and coexisting in the everyday life unfortunately creates social problems and violence. The problems get bigger and people are seen as the problem themselves, and this brings us bigger dilemmas. And today at local and national level, in addition to the problems that we already have, we also have problems like climate change, food crisis, pandemics. Add to that international conflict and the war environment. So we are living in a world whereby all these problems are more deepening. So we are going through unstable and uncertain periods, and this further makes the local level more vulnerable, deepening the already existing problems. So what is the way out? As IPC, we wholeheartedly believe that one of the solutions is the following. We have the cities becoming bigger, everyday problems becoming more complex, but coming together at local level, standing side by side, face to face, being able to engage in a dialogue and act together is very important. And of course, there's the civil society organizations at local level that play an important role. Looking at history, we see societies and associations, and since the 1980s, we have the civil society organizations in the modern sense, working in many different fields, very challenging conditions. They have been struggling and existing. In Turkey, we do believe that the civil society now has a very qualified manpower, and in that regard we need to diversify our own activities and collaborate with the municipalities, local administrations, city councils, chambers, and other local economic actors and different groups. So we need to come together with them, collaborate with them to come up with new projects. That's what we believe the civil society has to do. So in that sense, carrying out such work is not only required, but it is something that we need to do urgently. So In collaboration with the civil society, we need to cooperate with one another, and thanks to this cooperation, we need to create new funds and sources, and this is how we should work to avoid all problems and the polarization that we have. This is very important, and thanks to that, step by step, we will be able to reach out to a greater audience. But not only that, we should also see that only this can create a lasting, transformative solution. So, political and social life of Turkey is polarized, and because of this, we have many problems that we are unable to solve, and they are ever increasing, as you know very well. And one of the most important keys to solve this problem is to, first of all, observe, understand these problems, but not yield to those problems. We need to bring together all the institutions at city level and come up with new projects. That is why this project by Hrant Dink Foundation and this two-day festival are very important. And as Istanbul Policy Center, as IPC, we will continue to support this kind of work, support the civil society. I wish this festival of coexistence will inspire new, creative, and comprehensive and inclusive work. Thank you. Thank you, Ayşe Köse-Badur. Now, another partner of our project, on behalf of Olof Palme International Center, we will read the note of Helin Şahin. Unfortunately, she's not able to be with us, so in order to read her message, I would like to invite Nayat Karaköse from Hrant Dink Foundation.
And destructive conflicts tear societies apart, and democracy is under attack in a way not seen in decades. Never has the need for global solutions based on international collaboration and solidarity been greater. Peace, democracy, and equality are related values. When one is lacking, the other is endangered. To contribute to an inclusive, participatory, empowered, and independent civil society and democratic space, and an inclusive and open dialogue with and between civil society organizations are crucial for democracy and peace. The Olof Palme International Center believes that the civil society have a conclusive role for sustainable peace, democracy, and equality in a society. An important part of building peaceful societies through the civil society is to support the change actors with capacity building, which the Hrant Dink Foundation has done in different sectors throughout this cooperation funded by the European Union. We are proud to be part of this cooperation led by the Hrant Dink Foundation, a long-term partner to the Olof Palme International Center, which addresses these themes during the Festival of Coexistence. The festival will bring civil society organizations and change actors and create an open and permissive atmosphere to discuss common solutions to common challenges. We believe in that broad strategic alliances are essential to achieve sustainable change based on the realization that no organization or movement, no matter how strong, can achieve inclusive and lasting progressive development alone. Change demands synergies and cooperation within and across societies. This refers specifically to collective actions that are centered around the goal, interest, or purpose, and that gathers a variety of organizations from different sectors in society. Although we were not able to participate in the festival, we wish you fruitful and fun discussions and look forward to meeting you soon in or outside Turkey.
Now, on behalf of Hafıza Merkezi, the Truth, Justice and Memory Center, I would like to invite Murat Çelikkan.
Good morning. As all the previous speakers have just mentioned, We have been collaborating with the Hrant Dink Foundation in a 3-year project financed by the European Union, and we have gathered today on the occasion of the closing event. I'm delighted to see representatives from different civil society organizations today, and I'm even more delighted to see most of the participants are young people, because this indicates the sustainability of the struggle for democracy and rights in Turkey. The restriction on human rights and democratic rights has become a systematic practice. And when people go out to the streets for claiming their rights, they have to risk being detained, being arrested, being prosecuted, and even being jailed. So we have women whose rights are restricted. We have LGBTI+, whose very existence has been denied. We have journalists and others whose rights are being restricted, yet they continue to go out to the streets. So we are living in times where solidarity is more important than ever. And I do very much hope that this festival will be an occasion for strengthening that. Hafıza Merkezi, or Truth Justice Memory Center, have just completed another civil society program where we supported more than 40 organizations. I would like to thank my colleague, Ms. Delal Dink, for that project, because thanks to her, instead of organizing this festival only as Hrant Dink Foundation, she proposed to organize this together right from the beginning. So Hafıza Merkezi is very proud and happy to be right next to the Hrant Dink Foundation at this festival and the festival organization. We would like to offer our very warm welcome to all our guests from Istanbul, from other cities of Turkey and other countries. I would like to continue my remarks by echoing what Eren Keskin, a very important human rights defender, said. We are here, we shall not go anywhere. We would like to thank Murat Bey, and last but not least, we would like to invite Alexander Fricke from the delegation of the European Union to Turkey, who is in charge of civil society, justice and internal affairs. Good morning, everyone. You're welcome to the festival. I'm very happy to see you here.
Now, the European Union is founded on values of respect of human dignity, freedom, democracy, equality, the rule of law, and respect for human rights. All forms of hatred and intolerance are incompatible with these fundamental values. Hate and discrimination not only affects the individual victims, but as we know very well, it also represents a threat to democratic and pluralistic societies. Civil society organizations play a central part in the realization of these EU values, working daily to protect and defend the most vulnerable people. Today is the 2nd of July, and we gathered here for a festival of coexistence, so please allow me to commemorate on this occasion the Sivas Massacre, which took place today, 29 years ago, in the Mademak Hotel. Being a community of 27 states, 24 official languages, and plus another 30 also regional and minority languages, cultural diversity, and non-discrimination principles naturally lie at the heart of the European Union. This, at times, is hard work and can be cumbersome, and I want to just give you one example that stands representative for this. In the European Parliament, when you look at the proceedings, the way the European Parliament operates, with 24 official languages, there are a total of 552 different language combinations. So this, I think, is indicative of the complexity of what is going on in the European Union and the complexity of a sort of vision of a multicultural society or entity. Foremost, this multiculturalism is enriching, often eye-opening. It is creative and inspiring, and of course, I am also saying this as a guest, as a maybe even citizen of Turkey, the cradle of so many civilizations, where there are so many layers to be discovered and explored as part of our common cultural heritage. So multiculturalism, respect for minorities, tolerance, and also curiosity for our differences is something that the European Union seeks to promote, of course based on a framework of commonly agreed rules. At the global level, human rights and democracy are under threat in an increasing number of regions. Civil society faces shrinking public spaces to conduct their work, and activists can indeed suffer violations of the very rights they seek to defend. Thinking about this trend, but also about new emerging human rights challenges such as the global climate crisis, I cannot say that we, and here I mean the EU, but also me personally, that we do enough. I think we do a lot, we try, but certainly not enough. Human rights are universal, and so are, of course, also the challenges to upholding and preserving our freedoms. And I think this is a message I want to leave behind. Whatever we do, whatever we are able to perform, we will be much more effective if we indeed work together. And here I mean the whole society, all segments. So I mean civil society, I mean you, I mean the public administrations, but also the private sector. So for me, this two-day festival that we start now, that we start today, very much takes place in this context. It brings together the elite of civil society here of Turkey from different parts, and representatives from other parts of the world to share experiences, compare challenges and achievements, and importantly also build alliances. Many of you have benefited in one way or another from the EU support provided under the project managed by the Hrant Dink Foundation, or indeed other support mechanisms that the EU delegation to Turkey provides. But probably more importantly, beyond this support, our cooperation with you, of course, extends to our regular exchanges and dialogues, where we benefit from your expertise, from your commitment and professionalism. And indeed, this provides the EU delegation with important critical opportunities to listen, to receive inputs or criticisms, often pushing our institution and our political leadership to do more wherever indeed you perceive such needs. Nayat, I really would like to thank the Hrant Dink Foundation and especially also Delal Dink, who unfortunately can't be here with us today, for bringing us together this weekend at the beginning of hopefully a long and beautiful summer, and after a long period dominated by the COVID-19 pandemic. I'm really happy for this occasion and be able to see you also in person and meet and have discussions with you. So let me congratulate you and your partners for this initiative, and of course very much for the professionalism demonstrated during the last 3.5 years of implementation of this project. I very much look forward to our discussions this weekend, and I wish all of us a great time. Thank you very much for your attention.
We would like to thank Alexander Fricke. Now we will start the first panel of our festival and the first panel of today. Before we proceed, we would like to remind you that we have simultaneous interpretation available. So, Civil Society asks, what awaits civil society in the near future is the title of this panel. We will have İbrahim Betil, civil society volunteer, Dilek Ertükel from Sivil Düşün, Sinan Gökçen from Civil Rights Defenders, and we have Olcay Özer from Hafıza Merkezi Memory Center Project Coordinator. Now, our speakers will talk about fight against racism, human rights, environmental justice, income justice, and democracy demands after the pandemic. And we will also discuss how political, social, and economic developments cause these demands for civil society, their impact on civil society, and how civil society struggles with this situation by going through topics mentioned in the session. And our moderator will be Mr. Onur Sazak. Hello, can you hear me? First of all, we would like to welcome our panelists. We would like to thank the International Hrant Dink Foundation for the festival. We're going to have a wonderful two-day festival, I'm sure, and I'm very happy to be able to be a part of this. Well, I'll start with a difficult question, because we will talk about the near future of civil society, but before that, maybe it would be good to first give a definition of civil society, thinking that this concept has a history of 2,000 years in the world. And in Turkey, we can go back to 40 years, and some people say it has a history of 200 years in Turkey, including the Pius Foundation. So I would like to ask our speakers, how do you define the civil society in Turkey? Olcay, maybe we can start with you. Hello, you said 2,000 years. Well, an ambitious figure. I was surprised to see that first, but we can say that yes, it's a difficult definition. that can change based on the political and social context, but I prefer defining civil society as an umbrella, let's say, of different civil society organizations. That includes the different associations, foundations, religious communities. So anyone apart from the state, the government, and family can be considered as the civil society. And I think it's an ecosystem whereby the individuals have the right to choose how they will be organized. They can be, for instance, providing support, they can be moderating, they can be like facilitators, arbitrators, and individuals can become either active or passive members of the civil society by making their choices. But for Turkey specifically, I think civil society has a history of 40 years only, because it's an important milestone after the 1980s and the coup d'etat in terms of human rights and the construction of human rights organization started right after the coup, and Human Rights Association. That was actually a turning point or a milestone for the civil society movement in Turkey. So, of course, the definition of civil society should also include change and transformation. So we have to mention the 1999 earthquake in Turkey. People understood the importance of civil society movement for humanitarian aid to be provided. So civil society organizations provided the humanitarian aid just like a government in that time. And then in the beginning of 2000s, we had the EU accession process, which also made a great contribution to the change and transformation of civil society in Turkey. That was a difficult definition, but I have to say that in terms of building human rights and for the human rights movement in Turkey, the civil society is very important. It makes great contribution to change and transformation. So as I said, I think the history starts with the coup d'etat of 1980 and the relatives of inmates started this movement together with the establishment of Human Rights Association in Turkey. So that's how I can make my definition. Okay. I define the civil society as follows: individuals coming together to fulfill a purpose independent of politics. It's about individuals working together to make progress towards that purpose or goal. This is how I would like to define civil society. Yes, that's my definition. Very brief and to the point. Thank you. I will not be as brief as Mr. Ibrahim. So, okay, hello everyone, how are you? It's a great pleasure for me to be with you. First of all, I would like to apologize for my Turkish. My Turkish is a little bit broken, so I would like to wish success to the interpreters. So, I believe that actually civil society is a space. It's a space where we as people, citizens, are discovering a responsibility, and we're discovering our rights and our power. And in civil society, we understand that there are certain things that are more important than ourselves. That's where we start to understand and feel the problems of the society. So it's a space, but it's also an instrument. Just like Mr. Ibrahim said, it's an instrument for getting organized, for getting together, to raise our voices, and to create solutions in a way, and to help the decision makers or powers that are shaping us, like the media, business world, etc., to make a call to them and to hold them accountable. Second thing, I don't know the word in Turkish, but we say connected tissue in English. So it's a connected tissue for all our activities. For instance, LGBT rights, hate speech, violence against women. These things don't know any borders. These are global issues. These are problems of the entire world, not only our problems. So you can connect to other people from other countries through these issues. So, as I said, it's a connected tissue. And then civil society is also an important power for decision makers. We can say that they're not people who like taking risks, but we have to push them. We have to guide them. We have to show them a certain direction. So looking at the history of the world, from environment to human rights, it's all the developments are taking place because the civil society is strong, powerful, and making pressure. That's how the society changes. It's a Japanese glue. Like we say Japanese glue. So civil society is also like the Japanese glue. Why? Because when we talk about democracy and human rights, we can say that they are very vulnerable things. We see all around the world that there's a regression in democracy and human rights, and I'm not talking about Turkey only. Globally speaking, this is happening. So whenever these things happen, we will have to feed from democracy, human rights, try to keep and strengthen them furthermore. That's how I see it. Well, are we perfect in Turkey? No. But that should be the goal. We should try to work hard so that we will have at least a perfect situation, and we have made great progress, and we will continue to work, hopefully. I would like to thank all the three speakers. Yes, this was a difficult question, but you were able to answer it very clearly, briefly. My takeaway from here is that looking at the civil society in Turkey, maybe it's more proactive. As I said, the civil society at large has a history of 2,000 years. Some philosophers have written things about it. And in my mind, I was actually associating the definition with the foundation of the United States of America. And Tocqueville's approach is important, trying to influence the decision makers, defending human rights and democracy, individuals coming together to create the conditions they want to live in, taking proactive action. These are all the things that fall into the definition. So I can say that the definition of civil society is more like an active one, starting from the 1990s, like Olcay said, especially for Turkey. That's how it started, as I understand. So now, another question that I think is difficult, but I'm sure Olcay will again be giving a very clear, crystal clear answer. So, NGOs or CSOs working in the field of rights-based advocacy, what do you think of the work done in Turkey? Maybe you can talk about the work you carry out at Hafıza Merkezi, Memory Center, and what are the possible barriers and obstacles that CSOs like Hafıza Merkezi can encounter, and what are the advantages that they can have? Yes, Hafıza Merkezi, Memory Center, and many other rights-based organizations presented here, I don't think they have the difficulty of talking about these things, but we are very lucky as our center because we launched a report called Speak Up very recently, and we discussed exactly the issues you mentioned. Rights-based organizations at the moment are actually facing a lot of barriers, administrative and judicial harassment, so to speak. We know with laws and inspections, all the rights-based organizations are now facing this huge bureaucracy that is further supported by laws and legislation. For instance, the Prevention of Weapons of Mass Destruction law really had a great impact on civil society organizations, bringing along a lot of uncertainties and indicating that very soon all this harassment on CSOs will continue. So the administrative harassment and the inspections brought along with them, of course, make things difficult for us and prevent us from focusing on our real work. And it's also very damaging because we can never get a concrete result out of those inspections or audits that we are going through. We can't find any room for progress. And for such CSOs, for women's NGOs, CSOs, or LGBTI CSOs, it's used as a tool of labeling the associations, and we always face this problem of being labeled, especially the anti-terror law is being used in a very arbitrary manner. Everyone is labeled as either a terrorist organization or a supporter of a terrorist organization if not a member. So I can't stop talking, by the way. So many obstacles come to my mind, as you see, so many barriers we have. We keep talking, and we have to talk about these things, of course. But then I think there is a very valuable advantage that we have created. For instance, solidarity networks. These increasing solidarity networks are there. The way we try to learn about each other's activities. We have to learn actually all these things, and I think the civil society organizations are able to mobilize very fast nowadays. So we face so many problems and obstacles every week almost that we are now very open to learn from one another and to have solidarity with one another. So I think that will be an advantage that will be created permanently as a result of these challenging times for the civil society. Yes, I was very right. Again, you answered very clearly a very difficult question again. So, Mr. Ibrahim, I'll have a more technical question for you because of your experience. Because when we say the civil society in Turkey, you are the leading name. You are a doyen of the civil society in Turkey, and you have played a role in the construction of many civil society organizations. You were a member of their administration. And how has the civil society changed since you started? And in this period of pandemic and democratic regression, what kind of organizational models are we going to see in the civil society? Well, civil society organizations are still toddlers in Turkey. They still haven't been able to walk properly. So for over 20 years, I have been in the civil society. And in the civil society organizations that I'm involved in, I see effective work, but I think this is just a minority. Making generalizations about the civil society, saying that the civil society has developed a lot, is not possible. No, on the contrary, it has regressed. It's shrinking. Just to give you an example, 3-4 years ago in Turkey we had 126,000 associations. Currently we have 122,000 associations. So 4,000 associations closed down. So we also have 5,000 foundations. So in total we have 127,000 civil society organizations for a country of 84 million people. Let's look at France. In France, they have a population of 67 million people and they have 200,000 CSOs. In Sweden, they have a population of 10 million people and they have more than 190,000 CSOs. So Turkey is really toddling. It's a toddler, and it's not able to further develop itself in this field because we still have this mentality that everything has to be done by the government, by the state. And then there is the state oppression, not allowing for civil society organizations to flourish. And if you actually play an active role, maybe you may be sanctioned by the government. So civil society organizations shouldn't be political organizations. They can come together, get organized, and maybe make recommendations to the politicians, but they shouldn't be involved in political work. They need to be transparent. And transparency, unfortunately, in Turkey, when it comes to civil society organizations, is something that we are really lacking. And civil society organizations are not able to develop transparency for some reason. And on the other hand, the society is in need of getting organized. That's why we have these informal organizations that creates mistrust in the society. For instance, parents tell their children who will attend university to refrain from becoming a member of any association. So that's why, for all these reasons, we haven't been able to really develop the civil society. It's our mistake, the mistake of my generation. But hopefully in the upcoming period, the young people will be able to do this, because in countries or societies whereby the civil society is not developed, democracy cannot be developed. It's not possible for democracy to flourish in countries or communities where there is no strong civil society. So if you want democracy to be strong, first you need to support the civil society. Before you ask me a new question, can I also say something? Yes, I was going to ask you a follow-up question. Yes, what Mr. Ibrahim has said is very right, very correct. But on the other hand, as the Sivil Düşün experience, I will share my thoughts. And Cengiz is here, maybe he agrees with me. These are very difficult, challenging periods. Things are getting worse. We have the COVID issue, but there's still this incredible amount of energy. Huge, huge energy. More than 3,000 proposals we received. People came and applied to us from everywhere. And very interestingly, 70% of them were applying to Sivil Düşün for the first time ever. Maybe we had a very good marketing, I don't know, at Sivil Düşün. But I believe that there is also this new energy that is out there, because people, activists, leaders, members of civil society organizations came to realize now that the government cannot do everything. This mentality is now on the rise, I think. They're understanding that it can't be done by the government alone. So when I came to Turkey 20 years ago, I saw a very different culture. And as a civil society, we are really very poor people, they would think. That was the mood or way of thinking. But now they don't feel like that anymore. They don't feel like losers. People here in the civil society now know their rights. They want to create a change. That's the mentality. That's the culture that I observe now. Of course, we have stressful things, challenges that cause us to be depressed. Sometimes you don't even want to get out of your bed in the morning, but you do in the end. You do get out of your bed. And that's incredibly nice, and we shouldn't forget this. That's something to remember. We still have a long way to go, and I get a different mood now. So maybe, Mr. Ibrahim, I'll say this to you so that you'll be happy. Well, you partially answered my question, because my question would be the following. You work with an institution that gives funds and grants, and in your past experience, you have this also. You worked with grants and you gave grants. So I was going to ask you to make a projection on the future of civil society based on the applications you receive. What do you mean, about the funds or? Okay, let me ask it this way. I'll ask you the future of funds, the grants. And the second question, as you said, you received many different projects, and 70% of them applied to Civil Düşün for the first time ever. Yes, and 30% activists, I have to say. Okay, can you talk about the profile of the applicants? What kind of applications do you receive, and do you think that this trend will go on in the future? Do you have any forecasts for the future in terms of the profile of the civil society? Yes, I have to ask Alexandra, the future of funds. Are we going to receive the funds or not? Let's ask Alexandra. Hopefully, inshallah, as we say, hopefully we will receive the funds. Well, we have to accept this. If the European Union weren't there, the civil society wouldn't be in the current position that it is today. That's a reality. We have to admit that. Because the funds created by the EU keeps us alive at the moment, help us survive. And secondly, they pave the way for us. They inspire us. And also they show solidarity with us. That's a fact. And that's very nice. However, this is not endless. This is not forever. One day, in Turkey, if we succeed in the field of human rights, if we have better or stronger human rights and a better democracy, then the EU will not be giving or allocating these funds. Then what are we going to do? So we are not ready or prepared for that future. Maybe in 3-5 years, or maybe it will take 10 years, I don't know, we don't know. But we have to get prepared for that. You're asking me the profile of the civil society organizations applying to us. We are receiving applications from all fields of human rights. We have wonderful projects, not so wonderful projects sometimes, but they're all important. And I have to say that we cannot, of course, support everyone, only 30%. There is a huge demand. Are they all very good projects? No, they need to be better. But we have the funds available now until 2025, as far as I know. It will be there. But for the future, maybe we have to start thinking about it. Yes, we have this huge amount of funds and resources for us, and you talked about different examples, for instance, EU or US, in terms of number of civil society organizations. You gave examples from other countries. Looking at those countries, 80% of their funds are coming from individuals, donations. Not only rich people, by the way. It's not only the rich people donating. You, me, we are supporting each other. Imagine like that. So there is this huge amount of funds available. I know in these economic conditions it's not possible, and maybe tomorrow it won't be possible either, but we started certain initiatives. We are now making initiatives about this. We have the Needs Map initiative, for instance, Patreon. There are certain things, some action that has started, good indications, good signs. I think those platforms or initiatives will have some experience and we will learn from them. But we have to start transforming ourselves. What do we need to do to create the funds? We have to think about this. What do we need to do for fundraising? First, we will defend our rights. We will exhibit the bad examples, but we also have to come up with solutions. We have to support people for solutions, right? People support or donate to civil society organizations if they trust them. I agree with you, Mr. Ibrahim. We need to be more transparent. We need to strengthen our accountability. And the surveys, the polls also indicate this. There is a problem in the civil society, and we know the reason why this problem is there. The word itself, being organized, is perceived as a bad word in Turkish language. We didn't create this, but it's a fact. We have to live it. That's why we need to further strengthen our relation with the people, and we need to build this trust. And the third thing is that we need to change our mentality or perspective, and we need to create communities, not organizations, but communities. What do I mean by this? You always are asked these questions, right? Who are your target audience? Who are your stakeholders? These are the classic questions, right? But it's always like we imagine ourselves to be here and the others are over there. No, but we are all in the same community, in the same society. Communities love each other, strengthen one another, support each other. So we need to start creating communities, not organizations. So that will need a shift in our mentalities. And this new perspective will also bring together new strategies and tactics. But I understand it's very difficult to do this now. However, we have to start thinking about these things. And we need to take new action, new steps. The EU, when the EU starts reducing the funds, we would be more prepared for that future. That's what I believe.
Thank you very much, Dilek. Your response about the resources and community building, they are both very valuable. As I was listening to the opening remarks, Ayşe also mentioned the importance of that. So we're talking about solidarity, and we can actually think of them as cooperation. So let me ask you another question to all of you. Do you believe that there is enough level of cooperation among civil society organizations? If not, what are the reasons for that? In each society, of course, there should be a healthy level of competitiveness in civil society, as much as cooperation. But as far as I see, we don't have unhealthy competitiveness, and we see some compartmentalizations. This is, of course, partly due to the limited resources. So let me ask this to you. Do you believe that we have sufficient level of cooperation among civil society organizations in Turkey? I cannot really say that it is sufficient, or I cannot really fix a bar of sufficiency. But this cooperation does not necessarily mean having a contract or protocol of collaboration. They can only be aware of one another's activities. For instance, there is the Human Rights Defenders Solidarity Network, and we are a party to this network. And being a network brings along solidarity. So I'm not in a position to make any comparison because we don't have any data. I don't have any data at hand about this, and I don't feel comfortable about talking about this. But for instance, we had the Support the Rights grant scheme, and there are other grant schemes, re-granting or sub-granting, and I believe that there is an increase in this kind of schemes, and I had a feeling that we are now more aware about one another's activities. We take part even more in one another's activities, and now we stand here together with the Hrant Dink Foundation. I think we are not in a bad shape, I would say. I think we have a good standing, but of course there is always room for improvement. I don't believe that there is a sufficient level of cooperation among civil society organizations. And the reason why, in my opinion, is the fact that civil society organizations are not transparent and they are not accountable. I very much wish this would not be the case. For instance, I'm involved in many CSOs, and in those organizations we have some set of rules. However, when we look out there, there are many CSOs active in various fields, but if they are not transparent, I would not like to engage in cooperation with them. What do I mean by transparency? When we visit the websites of CSOs, are we able to see their financial statements or auditors' reports? When I cannot see them, I wouldn't feel like collaborating with those CSOs, and I cannot see these auditors' reports or financial statements in many of them. And we started an association called Açık Açık only for that purpose, to promote transparency. And we have about 120, 130 member CSOs. I was giving you some figures earlier on. If we have 123,000 associations in Turkey, and if we have more than 5,000 foundations in Turkey, 38% of them are professional organizations. So we can even debate whether or not they would qualify as a CSO. 23% are sports organizations, 18% are religious organizations or providing religious services. So this being the case, I would like to once again underline the importance of true civil society. The organizations involved in rights advocacy only make up 1.5% of all 123,000 associations. And for instance, organizations working on environment and nature only make up 2.5%. And earlier on, I gave you the wrong figures. In France, we have 1.5 million CSOs. I wrongfully said 200,000. However, it is indeed 1.5 million. And also, when you look into the figures of associations, you see the total number as 325,000 associations in total. However, when you see the breakdown, you would notice that out of this, 207,000 of them are already closed or dissolved. So it's a great majority of the statistics include dissolved associations. That's the reason why we need transparency. It would give confidence both to other civil society organizations, but to the public at large and other stakeholders. Thank you very much, Dilek. This time I have to fully agree with Ibrahim Bey. I have to say on these 2 points. One is, of course, the question of transparency, something I mentioned earlier on. If we are to work on an EU project application or a grant application from another country or philanthropist, so whenever we file an application, we should offer this confidence to them, and ensuring transparency is one of the ways of doing so. And I agree, we are starting to collaborate more with one another, but there is a question that we need to answer. I don't know how to say, maybe it's not rivalry as such, but we are excluding one another. CSOs working in the very same field may exclude one another. To the contrary, we should be working even more effectively. And let's say, here is my dream. Let's say I'm working for a women's organization. I would bring them together, all together, so that we can collaborate. And every organization would contribute with their strongest strongest aspect. I mean, one may be the strongest in terms of communication, the other maybe in terms of advocacy, or the other maybe in terms of financial management. So everyone, every CSO almost do the very same thing. But if we can be more efficient, if we can diversify our financial resources, then we can make a difference. Then we can come up with a solution. And then people will have more confidence in us. They will trust us more. And if we are more transparent, then they will start to support us. So collaboration is not only important for solidarity, and it doesn't only come by working together, but we really need to work more efficient and effectively and more transparently. Thank you, Dilek. I have one final question as a moderator, then I will turn to our audience for their questions. Now that we talk about the future, about the next generation, let us talk about young people. Next generation. So I will ask this question to all of you, but maybe you can respond from the context of your field. So Olcay, what about young professionals? What would you say about their interest in those areas? Do you foresee loss of interest in the field due to the impending restrictions, or would they somehow be more encouraged to get involved or apply to those programs? What is your take on this? Well, I would like to talk about the interest of young people for sure, but I also believe that as CSOs we should have a serious thinking about young people, because we are awaiting a general election and 6 million young people will be casting their votes. So they have a very big say on what awaits us, and we should be both expressing ourselves, but we should also be more open to work together with young people. We should be more open to listen to them and work together. As a rights-based organization, by the way, I have just talked about the obstacles. Ibrahim Bey has also mentioned that every time you hear the word CSO or organization, there is a misperception, both on the part of young people and their families or parents too. There is this hesitation or fear. On the other hand, we receive a lot of applications from young people, both for our vacancies and also for our project activities. Of course, this is great news. First thing is that we have youth unemployment, and I believe that youth unemployment is also triggering that. But on the other hand, young people having interest in civil society or civic space, I want to read or interpret this as an indication of their will or their vision for the future. So I believe that CSOs should be also working on this intergenerational linkages and to transform and strengthen these linkages. And I already observe this happening. I'm very optimistic of young people. For more than 20 years, the community foundations, the community volunteers foundations of Turkey Talk have been working with young people. They give responsibilities to young people. So, in order to empower young people, you should not impose projects on them. You should listen to them. You should listen to what they have to say, their ideas, and then you should give them responsibilities. If you give them responsibility for their own ideas, then you also ensure their participation. And then they take giant steps towards breaking their stereotypes or prejudices. So we have observed this. how it empowers young people, also local people, local authorities, and even at higher level, prime minister or the president. We have experienced this in the past. They call us our foundation to learn about our activities. So, Talk, Community Volunteers Foundation, has been very active, and the more I listen to the young people that we have been working with, the more I become optimistic. So we should listen to young people, we should give them responsibility, and if we achieve that, this will be a great contribution to our society altogether. And secondly, one of our fundamental principles is live together in diversity. And now that we are in the Festival of Coexistence, I would like to highlight it even more. Since our very foundation, we did not make any discrimination or distinction based on religion, ethnicity, or gender. So we have always welcomed any young people of any walks of life, and this was also a very important element for young people to break their taboos, to see that it is possible to be hand in hand with young people from other groups. So once you have these rules as ground rules or main principles, I think we can achieve even more. I have to agree. Yes, I agree. I also remember how it was to be a young person. It was really nice. I have seen and observed many generations, and every time something different happens, every time they do something shocking. Because every time the new generation comes up, they see things that we don't really see. And they open our eyes and minds, and they have a totally different style. And this is how they bring about change. But of course, we have our legacy too, and young people build on their new actions upon that, upon our legacy. So this is also important. And here is what I see as a CSO person of the past. There is this word that I really like, agile. So they can be more rapidly adapting themselves to the environment. They can be quicker in organizing themselves. So this is superb, I would say. Yes, on the one hand, we're talking about getting organized, and our wish is to see more forms of getting organized. And I can understand this. This is not exactly the type that we would like to see, but they get organized through WhatsApp or social messaging, and we need to better understand the dynamics in order to direct it for the common good or for the social good. But yes, there may be some informal ways of doing this, but we need to be very well aware of the new dynamics now. And they are highly creative. They make use of arts, music, comics, and comedy. And this is also very nice. And they are very direct, very much to the point. I mean, we elaborate on theoretical conceptions, we try to walk around the topic, but they are very to the point, very direct, and very genuine, very sincere, if I may say so. I mean, the older generation of CSO activists or people, sometimes we talk from high up, and on the other hand, the younger generation is more sincere. So their agile way of doing things or their sincere way of doing things also transform us, and I think it will only take us to a better place. And here is what I also want to say to young people. Some CSO executives or directors, it's time for them, or it's time for us. We need to ask for our retirement. We need to leave our seats to next generation. I know you are not occupying a seat, but I'm now occupying a seat for another 3 years. But after that, I should be simply leave the scene. Thank you. We have 10 more minutes. Let me turn to our audience for their questions and comments. Unfortunately, the interpreters cannot hear the audience speaking. We cannot hear the audience, therefore we cannot interpret. Apologies for that. Interpreters cannot hear. Based on our perceptions as of today, maybe young people are not forming a CSO. We will try to interpret to the extent we hear. We apologize for that. So we have to also remember what happened in the 1980s. At that time, young people were organizing in masses, and this is some sort of an injustice to them. I fully agree with Ibrahim Bey, but we need to also mention women, women's organizations, women's movement, the transformation that they led. I think it is at least as important as that of young people. What is your take on this? I couldn't really understand your comment. I mean, are we now separating young people and women? I mean, young people include men and women all together, so I don't make such a distinction personally. Of course, women are very important, and young people are very important too. I mean, in our community, most of our volunteers are young women. We also have young men, but most of them are young women. I think the biggest problem in Turkey is the fact that the group that we call adults, they do not give any importance to young people. I mean, we have mostly people over 55 years of age. Most of them are men. They are the ones that rule this country. I mean, they don't give responsibility to young people. So I don't mean to make any discrimination. I don't want to take much of your time.
Yes, as my Turkish is not very good, maybe I misexpressed myself. But yes, women's organizations are also doing wonderful things. But I'm trying to say that the problem is so big that to make progress, and as we have very limited resources and funds at the moment, maybe such a collaboration, a stronger cooperation would be better. And that's just an idea. I just shared with you. Maybe it's not true, but CSOs working in the same field, if we can come together, if like Ahmet is better in his field of activity, for instance, advocacy at the parliament, they're doing it better, for instance, then it should be your responsibility, we can say to him. Or if another person, Mehmet, let's say, if they are stronger in the digital field, then they should work in that field. That's what I was trying to say. I'm sorry if I did any injustice to anyone. but I didn't want to say it. But I was just trying to say that the problem is so huge and it's not getting any smaller, and we have such limited resources. That's why we need to consider collaborations accordingly. I also would like to say something about doing injustice, because yes, you are very right, in specific fields, women's organizations, minority organizations, yes, they have been there since the establishment of the Republic, but in terms of the role of civil society, in terms of building human rights, I try to talk about the transformation in my definition. I made my definition based on the 1980s, the coup d'etat. Of course, you are very right. Of course, all these organizations are included in that wide umbrella of organizations. Thank you for reminding us that again. Thank you. I'm here on behalf of the Association for Audio Impaired Individuals. I am also an audio impaired person. By the way, I would like to say that I carried out projects. We got some funds from the EU. We tried to see the funds from the Ministry of Youth and Sports. We sent our project applications to them, and they said, first put in the password and learn the result. So I was suspicious about transparency. No one knew what kind of associations received what kind of project grants. So I never sent my application to them. So you're very right. Transparency and trust are very much correlated with one another. And I was just thinking, the funds of the government funds, ministry funds are there with our taxes, right? We pay taxes, those taxes accumulate, and the funds are established. But I've never seen anyone criticizing why these funds are not allocated in a transparent manner. No one is criticizing this. No one is showing solidarity against this. Yes, maybe because of the conditions you may decide to not to apply, but at the end of the day it's our money and it should be transparently accessible by the people, those funds. Unfortunately, the culture of this government, the state, is as such. This is the mentality of state we have in our country. The state collects taxes, generates income for itself, and it never ever discloses where they spent the money. That's why we have mistrust in the state, in the government, including me. Many people don't trust the government. If the government has this kind of mentality, maybe many civil society organizations are also mimicking the government and doing the same thing as them and not attaching importance to transparency. So how can we solve this? First, the civil society needs to embrace transparency, and once they be a part of the governmental positions, for instance, they will also teach the government about the importance of transparency. Unfortunately, as this concept of democracy is not developing in Turkey, I don't think in the short term we will see this possible. I have a youth organization background from TOG and TEGEV. By the way, I'm from Bitlis city. I'm representative of Kamer Foundation. I would like to say that if we didn't get organized as young people, we wouldn't be able to have this struggle as women. So we're strong as women, as young people, and civil society organizations are strong together. I'll be very brief. I just want to say that I agree with what Ibrahim Bey has said. Everything that the civil society is going through has been mentioned very well. We are not transparent even towards one another, not in our workplaces. We think universally and act locally, but we don't know what's happening around us. We as a civil society society organizations. We work in projects, we make project applications, we have progress. But for instance, I would like to thank the Hrant Dink Foundation for giving the civil society organizations this opportunity to meet with one another. Because we have this Istanbul Convention issue, a burning issue for all of us. I say Istanbul Convention makes you live, by the way. So all men, women, civil society organizations, we're all together. We are stronger together. I hope we will have transparency. I hope we will not work and act as the government does, because transparency is a reality for civil society. And thank you so much, and I hope I'll get to know you better. And these are the things that came to my mind, and I have limited period of time, so thank you. By the way, I have 3 children at university, Generation Z. So for young people, we want good education. That's all we want. Thank you. Yes, that energy that you have, thank you for that. And I'll conclude on that. I think we started off very nicely, and we are ending.
We have been organizing these events to empower civil society. Coexistence Festival is the title of our event. After the opening session at the Marmara Hall, here we are at the Dolmabahce Hall. For 2 days we will be talking about hate speech, new methods in our struggle, and in addition to this, we will be hoping to organize workshops on coexistence and make sure that you also take a look at the booths while you're here and find out about what our participants are doing. And also during the day, many of our artists and singers will be performing for us. Hopefully this will be fun. This is the first session of the day, and we will be talking about ways to encourage coexistence, culture and arts for coexistence, cultural plurality, and how culture and arts can play an important role in this. British Council Arts Director Esra Aysun from also we have Feraye Halil, and we also have from the Istanbul Culture and Arts Foundation Özlem Ace Aydınlık. Thank you very much for this introduction. Thank you everyone. Thank you all. And we are delighted to be here. The fact that we have this festival is simply great. So first of all, I'd like to thank the Hrant Dink Foundation for bringing us together. We're delighted to be here. We're delighted to be sharing this opportunity to talk about these issues, but obviously it's equally as important to reach out to other segments of the civil society, and as best as I can, I will do my best to speak slowly in order to assist our interpreters, and I'd like to thank them in advance. Now, welcome everyone. And we are here to talk about coexistence, and we are here to talk about the role of culture and arts. How can we make use of culture and arts for coexistence? Culture and arts are 2 concepts that we're used to hearing right next to each other, and they perhaps embody different things for different people. And there are culture professionals here. Ezra, Feray, and Rumeysa are all with us. We'd like to thank them very much. And culture professionals, I said, but obviously we all have our different areas of expertise, and we're going to be talking about them in a minute. Now, here's how we should start. If everyone is ready, let's wait for everyone to be seated. Now, actually, in the last couple of years, we have been going through difficult times, challenging times, and when it comes to refugees and asylum seekers and immigrants, there is hate speech that is on the rise, and we all experience that and see that. When we live in a city like Istanbul, where there are millions of people, it seems as if we have been losing our sense of identity increasingly. I mean, from my closest friends to my family to my colleagues, I have been talking about this whole concept of being the other, and I am the director of a cultural studies department at the Istanbul Culture and Arts Foundation, and we make policies on culture and arts, we make publications, we organize meetings as a team, and this idea of living together, coexistence, cultural plurality, cultural expression, diversity in cultural expression. Of course, these are at the basis of cultural policies. These are the building blocks, if you like. And all of these things fall within the realm of cultural policies. But in order for us to make policies in this area, civil society organizations and culture professionals need to defend these values and raise their voices to defend coexistence. That's what we need to do. And we also need to explain why we defend coexistence. That is a message that we need to convey, and especially at this difficult time that we're going through. Yes, culture and arts have an important role when it comes to coexistence and intercultural dialogue. I think the culture and arts have an important role to play in different countries. How does this happen? Cultural rights or inclusiveness, what sorts of practices are there? What sorts of good practices can we learn from is what we are hoping to discuss here at this session. What sorts of methods can be utilized, and through culture and arts, how can we foster new get-togethers, and how can we make this possible? Basically, this is what we're going to be tackling during this session. And as we begin, let me also remind you one more thing. As I said at the beginning, when it comes to culture and arts and plurality in cultural expression, cultural plurality, these are important concepts for us, for the Istanbul Culture and Arts Foundation as well. In 2017, we actually published a report on coexistence, a research and a report that was really important for us. And Kim Ragel and Feyzi Baban are also with us. We'd like to say hello to them and say welcome to them as well. And on our website, this report is available. And actually, in 2015, we started first receiving immigrants from Syria, and then we decided to focus on culture and arts, to use them as a tool to facilitate coexistence and forge better ties between different communities of people. And this was a 5-year research, and we focused on culture and arts specifically. And around the same time, in 2017, the Istanbul Biennial had the theme, a good neighbor. Who is a good neighbor? That was the theme of the biennial at the time. How to be a good neighbor? That was the question. And through that question, we tackled ways of living together. If I'm not mistaken, 500,000 people visited the biennial, and we had the opportunity to discuss these issues together. So this is a good example as well. I mean, through a biennial, through contemporary art, you can get millions of people talking, and but obviously we would very much like to hear from you as well as to what other good examples there are. Now, here's my question to each and every one of you to kick off this discussion. I think we can go in this order. Yes, this is important. Coexistence, living together is important. But why is it especially important in the recent period that we're going through? Now, okay, let me begin. Hello, this is Rümeysa, and I have a platform where I publish news about art and events, and at the heart of what I do actually is the question that you asked. Recently, promoting coexistence has gained importance because our ways of seeing are changing. We need to change our ways of seeing. We live locked up in certain norms. Let's say if you're in Germany, you're expected to be white and Christian. In Turkey, you're expected to be a Muslim and a Sunnite. And other identities are sort of sidelined. And, we live sadly in such a society. And people are otherized if they do not fall within the stereotypes. So we need to change our ways of seeing, and for that to happen, we need to transform the power of culture and arts. But obviously, we need to translate this into action. Yes, I am someone who has dedicated their entire life to this field, but all of us here, I mean, I think we believe in the transformative power of arts. I think we have all experienced this in our lives. You know, those who you think as the other may give you the opportunity to identify yourself with that person through art and culture. We all may have prejudices and misconceptions about certain people, but these misconceptions can well be shaken through certain experiences and through art. So if we're going to encourage coexistence, culture and arts is the way to do it, I think. I mean, it is such an important propeller, especially when it comes to immigrants and refugees, different ethnicities, different genders, different sexual orientations, and so on and so forth. These people need to be included in the process of culture generation, and when that is the case, what happens is, you know, there's a visual get together. You see a different skin color, a different way of dressing, and then beyond that, you are exposed to a different consciousness. You get to understand what those people think and feel, and as we are exposed to that, we transform ourselves. We end up transforming ourselves. A Syrian refugee, an Afghan refugee, what they're thinking today in Istanbul, let's say, if we do not meet that person, right, what we read in the media will be quite negative, and to the extent that, I mean, you know, people from different. I mean, being a refugee is a legal status actually, but that is also diminished and that is also misconstrued to create some negative perceptions in our heads. That's what the media does. But culture and arts, and also culinary arts, when you try a different cuisine, you sort of warm up to that culture. But culture and arts does that in an intellectual, on an intellectual level. That clash or that confrontation is really good for us. Why is it important, especially now, is my question to you. Well, my Turkish is fine, but I should like to speak in English.
I'm working in a cultural and environmental foundation, Allianz Foundation, based in Berlin, but we are operating in whole Europe and in the Mediterranean region. Let me know if I'm talking too fast for the translation. So I'm stating the obvious. Maybe first I'm speaking of from the perspective of an organization and as a person based in Northern Europe, and therefore would like to also point out the challenges from this perspective, like the rise of nationalism, authoritarian governments, rise of populism, police violence, LGBTQI free zones in Poland. So we are also right now confronted more and more in Europe with all these issues of endangered life. And what I want to point out also is in this context, of course, that the issues of or aspect of coexistence is one of, it's also an environmental question for us. So we as foundation try to see this coexistence also as a point of coexistence between human beings, but also with animals, plants, and the whole nature, as we see that all these challenges we are confronted right now are interconnected with each other. So the rise of populism is connected with the rise of the sea levels and all these issues. So this is something we are working on right now, and this is these challenges are, of course, the reasons why we are trying to foster coexistence with all living beings and organisms.
Harika, çok teşekkürler. Esra.
Thank you very much, Ezra. Hello. Yes, this is a difficult question, but here's how I should start, I think. Now, today, as you see, you know, we are here for an inclusive, accessible festival. We have interpreters joining us, and on social media as well. There are those who are following us, our participants who are online, and let me provide a verbal explanation of where we are. We are in Lütfi Kırdar Congress Center. We are in a hall, and we are 4 speakers, and we have floral dresses on, and we are in our 40s. We are young women, and we have our audience, and we're delighted to be with our audience here today, talking about coexistence. So now, in last 8 years, I have been working with the British Council. British Council tries to forge cultural ties between Turkey and the UK since 1940. Actually, in 100 countries around the world, British Council has been operating since 1940, and I'm with that organization, and I have actually participated in many different cultural projects, and I have actually worked in many different areas of civil society, and in culture and arts as well. I have been fortunate enough to work as a cultural professional, and I think, well, as Özlem said at the beginning, when it comes to my family, my environment, who is a culture professional? Why am I working as part of arts foundations? And why do I not work in another industry? Sometimes people ask me this question, sometimes my family, and sometimes I try to explain to artists why this is needed as well, because, and I think this is something that we experience a lot in Turkey, people always see the other as the other. We're used to being otherized and othering other people, and especially in the last couple of years, this has been exacerbated. But equally, our awareness has been rising, despite the challenging political climate. We're trying to sort of achieve sustainability in culture and arts, despite all the difficulties. So togetherness is important. Being cognizant of different cultures and being cognizant of different sensitivities is important, I think. Thank you. One more question. Culture and arts projects. Do you think these projects can give us a new perspective when it comes to the concept of the stranger, or can we create new spaces and new communities? What would you say? You have 2 minutes each. Well, yes, of course we can create new spaces, new communities, and try and combat this concept of the stranger, quote unquote. And as Ezra indicated, these differences have been sort of compounded, or is being compounded through the media, and there are so many people who are not represented enough. And when you include these people, and when you realize that they're actually individuals, not just carriers of a certain label, well, we all know that we're all humans, but in order to really conceive that, I think you need to meet these people. When it comes to refugees and immigrants, I mean, a Syrian that person is no longer, or that artist is no longer a Syrian refugee. For you, they become someone who is interested in climate crisis, for instance, and an artist focusing on that. And our identities are quite have a lot of permeability, I think. And just a story that I'd like to share with you. Nadir Sönmez is a great actor that I love, and he is a gay man in Turkey, and he has a wonderful play who focuses on what it means to be a gay man in Turkey, and it has so many layers. It's a brilliant play, and I once wrote an article about this play. And Nadir one day It receives an email from a follower of mine who wears the hijab, and the hijabi woman says that she, for the first time in her life, sympathized with a homosexual man. So this may sound like, stereotypical, a hijabi woman on the one side and a homosexual man on the other, but this is a true story, and I think it is quite powerful. I think it's really important. I think we need to create these spaces and create those get-togethers. But an important handicap is symbolic tokenism, what we call symbolic tokenism. We shouldn't do things just for the sake of doing that, or cover any subject just for the sake of covering a subject, right? And sometimes, you have a token black, a token Asian, token gay in a play or, in a TV series, but that's not really useful. I think what we need to do is we need to pave the way for actual human encounters. That's what I think. So this is my 2 cents. Thank you. And Feray, how about you? What would you like to say? How can we create new spaces, new communities in arts and culture?
Culture has the power to change narratives, to claim utopias, and all this flowery, beautiful thoughts. I also share them, and also to interrupt narratives and to give the space to the so-called others. And I would like to easily give an example from Berlin for this. So there is a population of, I think, 40% of people with the so-called migration background in Berlin, 30% in German in general. There are cities with 70% with somehow migration biographies, so my grandparents from Turkey, for example. And still, of course, or unfortunately, these people are not represented also in arts and culture. And there was a theater in Kreuzberg, the so-called Ballhaus Nauninstraße, and they said, okay, no, we will give the stage to the others, the so-called others. We will interrupt this narrative, and they performed each night this new possibilities of living together, of coexistence in the theater. Then this theater, or the director of this theater changed to one of the biggest state theaters in Berlin, the Maxim Gorki Theater, and she's the director now, and they are continuing performing this coexistence as a post-migrant theater, and they don't claim integration but disintegration with this also, so coexistence as a concept of disintegration. And this would be an example I would like to set in this context of giving utopia space and making the space a reality and becoming the most famous and successful theater in Germany.
Harika. Yeni bir kültür yönetimi ve
So it's a new culture management and policy model. Esra? Well, I want to continue from the utopia. We need protected areas where we can experience utopia, and culture and arts provides that space. In fact, for very long years, all the NGOs and art movements could stand together by protecting these areas. I remember some examples. 5 Films for Freedom by British Council was a global project. LGBT right defenders were made visible through this short films festival that was opened at the global level. And for the first time this year at Musée Gazhane, we had Women of the World Festival that was London-based. So we had the Istanbul version. So this inclusiveness and coexistence identities, Rumeysa also touched upon that. So when we talk about coexistence, in fact, we live in different congregations in our own circles, and you become aware of that. Muslim women cannot be feminists. There are people who think like that. And they attend the Havle workshops, and they can completely change their minds. Or refugees fled their country because they were afraid. They took shelter in another country, and they are a burden. There are people who think like that, and then they attend the refugee women's kitchen. Just based on a recipe or through a short film, they can build empathy. So you can put yourself in the shoes of the other, and you can feel the empathy. I think culture and arts has been seen as very niche, very elite, and very different in this country for very long years. It has been othered all this time. I believe the only way to spread it is this notion of people feeling they can breathe together in these protected areas. They should show that solidarity in this pressure environment, because every evil breeds goodness, every evil breeds good, and maybe this pushes us to create these areas to build that empathy. Well, you all talked about great examples, and we can talk at length about each and every one of them, but we have limited time, so maybe we can go deeper in other discussions. Rumeysa, let's talk about the public space. Especially in recent years, our public spaces are getting narrower and narrower. So when it comes to the so-called disadvantaged groups, what does culture and art mean for these groups in the public space? There are those who cannot express themselves in the public space, so what does culture and art mean for them? Well, of course, this is an area where different groups cannot be represented to a great extent. They're probably feeling disappointed about that. In fact, different groups, maybe we should just think specifically for each different groups. It's necessary to listen to them with sincerity. And it's necessary to hear from them what the barriers are in front of this coexistence. So we can perhaps help them participate in the processes. For instance, we don't discuss this a lot in terms of immigrants in Turkey. Yes, this is in our programs as a topic, but how much can an immigrant be part of the creation of culture? I thought about this before coming to this panel. How many Syrian refugee artists do I know? How many exhibitions of them have I seen? It's very little, but how much does this environment support that? How much of this is part of our agenda? We need to question this. If it's a drama, a Syrian artist or an actor or actress being on stage, that's not about it. In all the roles throughout the production process, they should be there. You know, the director, the dramaturgist, the communication person. At different levels, it's necessary to involve these people so that you can truly feel these people are being represented. I mean, yes, we talk about empathy, we talk about transformation, we say arts will be the catalyst of coexistence. Yes, but we are part of the society as culture people. First, we need to transform. I do culture communication, I announce several events, but when it comes to different identity groups, I should just be in touch with those different groups. I should first transform myself so that I can contribute to the transformation of something else. So Feray and Esra will probably explain better based on the British and German examples. I have just a few notes. There is a recent book written by Özlem Can Yürek. It's about this brain drain from Turkey. So she is one of the academics who's settled in Berlin now. So she is examining performance arts and culture policies. She had a very comprehensive research about that. In the Turkey, I think it's a great book that the art circles in Turkey can be inspired by. For instance, in Germany, there are funds given. Perhaps you will explain it better. 360-degree New City Culture Fund. There is this fund, and it's not just about programming, but from the repertoire to the technical team. On the production and audience side, they're trying to provide diversity in order to get this fund. in fact, it has created a new employment area. There are diversity actors. This is now a profession. And that's why these people are working for. Of course, there is need for qualitative and quantitative research. You do this every year. There is an annual report, but it needs to be more. We need more of such studies. And beyond financial difficulties, it's important to remove the barriers in front of these groups to participate in these cultural events. Is it a language barrier? Is it a problem about the communication of information? We need to understand that in Germany there is a lot of academic research, and it's very detailed. You just hire an actor to provide diversity, but do you truly change that atmosphere, or is it just because of positive discrimination? I mean, so these are some details that are luxurious for us at this point, and I hope that we can reach that level with this kind of discussion. And another example is the British Film Institute. They have very detailed criteria, 9 criteria actually. It's very detailed. A pregnant woman being represented, for instance. There are so many things that you need to provide. And when you see a film that receive their support, you understand that. And on the NGO side, there is an immense accumulation of knowledge there, so perhaps there is need for some sort of matchmaking. So there is this wealth of knowledge that is accumulating. It should be transferred to the actors in the art world, and actually this is being done. We are doing this. Perhaps we need to do it more. That would be great. I believe I have some more time. I'll just share a little story and finish. So I really care about this true understanding issue, and actually my life is about that. I grew up in a conservative environment. I graduated from religious school, and I met the other through art to begin with. It was very transformative. As of my teenage years, there were other people who became secular like me afterwards. So actually you first meet those cultural products to experience the empathy, and your mind starts to transform that way. Let me give an example, a recent example. I think it's very interesting. A while ago, there was this dorm of a sect, and a boy committed suicide in that religious dorm. And the secular people around me, and I thought, what can we do about it? We had this concern. This was discussed a lot. We thought a lot about that. And of course, I am in culture, so I talked to an author called Selçuk Orhan. He has this story and novel. I recommended these 2 books of him. So if you want to have this conversation, you should first understand what's going on in the background. You should just see the repertoire, the different characters, and these books are written very elaborately, and I got a lot of messages, and we discussed those novels a lot. And I thought one comment was very interesting. It was a colleague in the art sector my age, and she said that during her teenage years in Istanbul, she joined a Buddhist cult, and she had some pressure because of that. That was incredible for me. In Istanbul, there is a Buddhist cult, and there is somebody growing in this cult, and there is this totally different life. And so we actually communicate this experience to one another, and we have this flow of emotions. So I truly believe in that. This is something that really excites me. It is not negative. I see it as something positive. I mean, what we're going through is really bitter, but I think it's going to end up in a positive way, and I think culture plays a major role here. I totally believe in that. Thank you very much. So diversity is a source of power that we need to embrace. Those are important examples. Feray, Allianz Culture Stiftung, that's where you work. You support several projects, and in Germany, you have an idea about what's being done in this area in Germany. Can you talk about this concept of cultural citizenship? What do you think? What do you associate it with? And how about the cultural pluralism in Germany? Are there some inspiring examples?
Okay, I'll set it up for you.
Harika.
Thank you. Yes, I mean, after what you said, I think, yes, the discourse in Germany is a different one right now. So there's even diversity management in companies. Even capitalism has explored that there's a chance in diversity or the power in diversity. So we are in a different, working and living in a different situation where we more and more also try to change the audiences in, for example, so not only bringing people, diverse people on the stage, but also changing the audiences and so on. So this is something I wanted to point out again, and I already told one example, the example of the Maxim Gorki Theater as a best practice for changing discourse, because now this idea of post-migrant societies is also in science, and it's spread it out in politics, so it's not only staying in the cultural area. For now, this hybridity is not only in something which is represented in theater now, so this is really utopian, but I also want to tell one, or speaking about cultural citizenship, I think, or for us, it's a question of participation and democratization of the cultural scene also, and I would like to speak about it also with an example instead of theorizing it. During the so-called refugee crisis also in Germany, a Belarusian artist, Marina Naprushkina, she went to the refugee shelters and started to do artwork there. And then she realized, oh my God, everybody wants to do it, is coming to my ateliers, and she started an initiative, Neue Nachbarschaft Moabit, means new neighborhood Moabit. It's like an initiative with refugees or from refugees and not for them, of course. And they, having said this, changing discourse and doing cultural politics through arts and culture, the biggest difference or importance of these institutions is not only that it's like not for the people, but they also started a really critical discourse on hierarchies between cultural workers and hierarchies in solidarity. And I would like to read a sentence from a Syrian author about this. Yassin al-Haj Saleh is his name. He came through Turkey to Germany after being 16 years in jail in Syria, and he's writing about the work on solidarity in Germany, or this coexistence things. There's no reason why we shouldn't be able to imagine Syrians or Palestinians or Kurds expressing solidarity with the victims of a political or natural catastrophe in Western countries. Yet, the direction of solidarity seems always to be contrary. It is those powerful Western nations who express always solidarity. And yeah, so as it seems that, of course, like when I tell examples like diverse theaters against marginalization and so on, still there's this power relation also going on in countries like Germany. And for me it was important in this panel also not come from a German Northern European country and telling that there is going on, or there are so many utopian projects, but there are also still this huge hegemonial hierarchies going on, and people are discussing it a lot. And I think this is also cultural citizenship, discussing about this kind of participation and hierarchy and working together. Yeah.
Çok teşekkürler. Evet.
Thank you very much. In the beginning, I talked about this cultural pluralism being developed through arts. I talked about this report, and the doctor there talks about radical cosmopolitanism. So we are all part of humanity. We should accept that, and we should transform together. So I think this cultural citizenship example is about that. That's my association. Esra, about disadvantaged groups, there are different needs that we're talking about, and it looks like this is not among fundamental needs. Or when you deal with fundamental needs, the state or most of NGO does not really include arts and culture in this picture. But I believe that through the pandemic, we realized culture and arts is a need, just like bread and water. So in British culture, you have arts and culture projects. And how do you approach participation in social life through culture and arts? You're the art director of British Council, and you're a cultural professional working in this area for very long years. So what do you think? Well, in fact, I believe British Council, the biggest teaching of British Council for me is this concept of inclusiveness. I learned the details and essence. I understood the essence and detail of this concept, and I actually grew by realizing events that will help me understand what it means. We talked about accessibility. In fact, in arts and culture, we should first look at ourselves, look in the mirror. We just think of the audience as the last component in Turkey. Of course, there are several reasons. There is the sustainability crisis, there is production crisis, artist rights crisis, professionalism crisis. So in this crisis environment, who are we going to share with? What are we going to share? Who is the other person? So who is in front of us? This is not an area that we can actually step into. It's just our last concern. So this disadvantaged group issue, in fact, I worked with the team of Everything is Accessible team as a student, and we talked about this concept of hindered individual. In fact, where is the disadvantage? It's not in the individual itself. It's about that, it's a shortcoming of not including this person. It is the society's problem in a way. There is a barrier in front of that. For instance, there is a space for audience with wheelchairs here. That's very valuable. I wish they were here. Or sign language translation. I remember when we first started using it, it was 2014 or 2015. I was thinking, how are we going to access? Because we didn't have the network. We could explore the NGOs, but how can we bring the audience in? How is this going to be possible? So it's important to invest in this area. When you are devising a project, you should think about the sign language translation. The UK has an advantage. You cannot conduct any activity without Turkish-English translation in Turkey, but also there is this principle of accessibility and inclusiveness. So we have sign language translation in all our events. In fact, in British Council Turkey, we collaborate with other cultural institutions during these events. So when we sign a contract with these institutions, this is part of the contract. This translation should be enabled. It should be inclusive. There should be wheelchair access for the audience. So we just put these in the contract. Is there an elevator? Is there a ramp? So we think about all of these issues. So these are things that we've always pushed to the background. And socioeconomic differences, this is another discussion. We live in a city that is as big as a country, and there can be, this art audience that can come from the so-called periphery. So in Istanbul, Müze Gazhane, we collaborated with the Metropolitan Municipality to realize that recently, but unfortunately there was a lot of snow during that festival. So this March event was like a January day. So we work on the principles of inclusiveness, but unfortunately the audience with wheelchair couldn't come, but 11% of the audience used sign language translation. So this work was also possible through the efforts of our translators.
Her zaman şehirdeki bireyleri toplantılar yaparak onların bu festivallerdeki beklentisini anlayabilmek için çalışarak gerçekleşiyor ve biz Büyükşehir Belediyesi ile olan işbirliğimizin avantajını kullanarak farklı mahallelerden kadınları iki büyük ön toplantı yaptık ve benim için muazzamdı. Birbirinden çok farklı yaş, sosyoekonomik, eğitim seviyesindeki kadınlarla bir odada birlikte olmak ne demek sorusunu tartışmaya açtığımızda bütün yaşam gerçeklerimizin dışında çok benzer kaygılar, sorunlar ya da umutlar taşıdığımızla karşılaştık ve ben o katılımcılarımızı festivalde ağırlayabilmek istedim ve bunun için de bir ulaşım gerekiyordu mahallelerden. Bunu da belediyenin tabii desteğiyle gerçekleştirecektik. Fakat kar olduğu için belediye bu desteği bize sağlamadı ve biz kadınları festivalde ağırlayamadık. İçimde büyük bir ukde olarak kalmıştır. Birçok sanat kurumu, belki müzeler ve İKSV bu konuda öncülük yaptı. Öğrenciler için ücretsiz bilet uygulamaları. Bunlar çok değerli. Ulaşım, bütün bu kapsayıcılığı, yani bu farkındalıkta olmak gerek. Hepimiz, hani gene pandemi öğretilerine geri dönersek, hepimiz aynı gemide değiliz ya da teknede miydi? Onu hatırlayamadım ama hani bu farklı gerçekliklerle ama gene herkesin ütopyayı yaşama hakkı olmalı. Biz sanat neden toplumumuzda ilk sırada değil sorusuyla mücadele edeceksek bu yüzleşmeyi yaşayıp biz seyircimizi ne kadar birlikte var olabildiğimizi ispatladık. Seyirciye kendimizi nasıl ispatladık sorusuna geri dönmemiz gerekiyor sanırım.
Çok teşekkürler Esra. Ben de danışma kurulunda olmaktan büyük bir mutluluk duyduğum bu Wow Dünya Kadınlar Festivali İstanbul hikayesini çok zenginleştirici ve öğretici olarak buluyorum. Toplumsal cinsiyet eşitliği konusundan bahsederken karşımıza çıkan bu kesişimsellik, biraz zor telaffuz edilen ve anlaşılması zor olan ama bütün bu farklı kimlikleri bir arada ve farklı meseleleri bir arada tartışmamıza imkan veren kesişimsellik kavramını da hatırlatmakta fayda var. Kültür politikaları açısından bize çok önemli perspektif sunuyor. Dünya Kadınlar Festivali'ni yaparken bütün bu konuları bir arada tartışır olduk aslında. Bu vesileyle de
When we were organizing the Women of the World Festival, this was really important. So we have actually come to the end of the time allocated to us. So let's hear from our participants. And if you have any questions, please feel free to share your questions with us. And also, do you have any additional comments? One last time, let me give the floor to my panelists. Feray, Hürümeysa, do you have anything to add based on, after everything that we have discussed, anything that you'd like to share with us? And also, let me also take a look at our participants. Let's get your final words first, and then we will move on to the questions. Please go ahead. Oh, and also, please introduce yourselves. Microphone, please.
Çeviri için.
Kime soracağınızı da ifade ederseniz.
Also, could you please tell us who this question is for? Let me ask my question, and then you can decide who should answer the question. There are different disadvantaged groups, different minority groups in the society, and in cinema or in theater, for instance. These people are being accentuated, and this is great, but sometimes what happens is this becomes off-putting because continuously you are subject to the same stereotypes and same tropes, and isn't it exhausting for the spectators? I mean, Lord of the Rings, a new TV series will be launched soon, and disadvantaged groups or black about racism against black people, black actors will be featured prominently, but normally in that world, you wouldn't expect black people to exist. I mean, that was never the case. So isn't it like sort of going over the board? I mean, the same thing applies to LGBT people, and I mean, certain things are way too accentuated. Isn't that off-putting? Isn't that a bit misleading? That's one thing that I think to myself. Okay, let's turn to our guests, our panelists, and see what they have to say. Now, about I'm not an expert on Lord of the Rings. I'm Team Harry Potter. But let me say this. I mean, let's say there's a young person reading this book, and if you're a member of that disadvantaged group, then I mean, you identify with a couple of characters, and the skin color of the character in the book doesn't mean much. I don't think. I mean, how can you preclude someone from imagining a character? I mean, why can't we have a black Harry Potter? I think that's fine. I mean, I think we all need to get used to that. That's my personal point of view, and I love, like I said, Harry Potter, for instance. Yes. And the reason why we have this question is because historically certain people have been privileged. Why don't we have more women artists, like great women artists? I mean, that's the eternal question, right? How come LGBT people in the 21st century emerged all of a sudden for the first time? Or why are heroes or these characters in these TV series and novels have, are coming from minority backgrounds? Actually, this is challenging the status quo, challenging the privileged people. I mean, the status quo was created by those who were privileged. And let me say this, and let me give you an example. The Spider-Man, for instance. Spider-Man, the reason why he wears the mask is because everyone can identify with Spider-Man, right? I mean, that was the reason why the Spider-Man wears a mask, apparently. Whether or not it includes women, I don't know. Again, it's a male character, but nevertheless, I mean, this is something that we need to face up to. We're different, we're diverse, but we're together all across history. Power equilibrium changes, but we need to be ready to challenge our perceptions and misconceptions. Yes, I'd like to talk about an example. I'm going to try and speak in Turkish this time. Now, especially for disabled or disadvantaged groups. Again, an example from Germany. There are so many projects, especially in the last couple of years, especially in the area of dance and circus arts, like imitation, like someone on a wheelchair can juggle things, for instance. I mean, this and that. And in the last couple of years, a new movement has been emerging, and that is, it's as follows. Disadvantaged people, rather than them trying to integrate into the mainstream, people are trying to find new ways, new realms for artistic expression, to create new artistic expression milieus. Like, why should a disabled person try and dance like a person with no disabilities? Rather than a normative body, perhaps a disabled body can also perform a dance routine in a really astonishing way. So perhaps there are things we can learn from these disadvantaged people. Hopefully I have been able to express myself. No, you were brilliant. Yes, it's all about hearing these stories. Storytellers are changing because, these people exist as well. And, many of our misconceptions are being demolished. And why shouldn't stories change? Any other questions? This was a great question. Thank you for sharing this question with us. Last 10 minutes. Any questions, please? If not, I will continue. Or we can go to the next room and dance a little. Please. Microphone, please, and also please introduce yourself. Again, I don't know who this question is directed to. I'd love to hear from all of you. Meltem is my name. SDGM is the name of my organization. Here's my question. We talked about coexistence and using culture and arts as a means, and this togetherness also embodies creation of new cultures, right? Generation of new cultures. And here's my question. Civil society organizations in the advocacy area, when it comes to coexistence and living with different cultures, what sort of an advocacy work should be carried out? And how will arts and culture contribute to this? Could you please fill us in on that? Yes, again, this is a great question. Going back to years ago, I mean, in the area of culture and arts, whatever happens was always part of the civil society, but people didn't really realize that at the beginning of the noughties, for instance, people thought that culture and arts was an isolated area, and maybe because culture and arts institutions didn't have a legal status and so on and so forth. But now, I think that during the 2013 Gezi protests in Istanbul, we all realized that we all have an important role to play, and that it is incumbent on all of us to assume responsibility. In the opening panel, someone said that civil society organizations should be supra-political, shouldn't be involved in politics, someone said. And it ticked me off a little, and the reason why is this exactly. I mean, we're the policymakers, we should be having a say in politics, and it doesn't matter how we do it. There are certain values that we need to preserve, certain values that we need to uphold, and for that to happen, I think we all have an important role to play, and culture and arts have a tremendous job in all of this. And you know, it's all about empathizing with others, creating an utopia, and obviously this is not so easy, easier said than done. And in the face of advocacy, there's a price that certain people pay, and that needs a bit of a reckoning as well. And these are hefty prices. Our colleagues, our friends have paid this price. People have been incarcerated on bogus charges, and uttering these sentences is important. But obviously it's all about standing your ground as well, and maybe we need to move on to different defense strategies. Perhaps this is what we need to contemplate. Activism, yes, we have a lot to learn from one another. LGBT people have been doing this for years, and they have been devising a new way of activism. Feminist, Muslim women, they are under attack, not just from secular quarters, but from pious quarters as well. So all of these are boxes that we need to get out, and we need activism. For that, we need to exist at the same time, and this is something that we can only do together. Excellent. Anything you'd like to add? Yes, I agree with Ezra. Last 5 minutes. Yes, this was a great question as well, and I think at the heart of the question is arts for people, or for arts. We have this very same notion, whether a cultural output, artistic output is political, social, and obviously yes. I mean, we're all part of a culture, we're all part of a society, and during the Gezi protests, like you said, I have realized the importance of this collective encounter. We should be a party, we can be a party, and we can do this through culture and arts. And yes, we need to find new methods, and we need to do this in an intelligent way. And that's why this is so important. But obviously, it's not so easy. Yes, when it comes to learning from one another, Now, I always learn a lot from you, especially when it comes to rights-based areas. I mean, people working in rights-based organizations, we should always cooperate with people working in arts and culture. Only then can we create this ecosystem, I think. I mean, in all our reports, we have this. We always try to make sure that we get together with people working in these areas. That's really important, I think. In the preparation of the report that I mentioned, we were in Gaziantep, for instance, and a cultural center, and it was really amazing. I mean, because Gaziantep receives a lot of immigrants from Syria, and people are trying to find ways to coexist, and they were doing this through a community center, and that was great, and this gave us the opportunity to transform ourselves as well. As İKSV, Istanbul Culture and Arts Foundation, we go back 50 years, but still we have a lot to learn from civil society organizations, and as such we can transform our existence, and we can take a look in the mirror, take a long hard look in the mirror, and be critical of ourselves if needs be. So working together is key, and we need to do this even more. That's what we need. So I think we have come to the end of our time. Last 2 minutes, if you have a burning question, please do so. If not, we're going to adjourn the session. But before that, I'd like to thank our panelists very much. Thank you so much. And this was great. Thank you.
Çevirmenlerimize de ayrıca tekrar
Çok teşekkürler. Evet.
Konuşmacılarımıza çok teşekkür ederiz.
We'd like to thank our speakers. Please make sure that you scan the QR codes that you see on the screen. Thank you.
Ve formunu doldurursanız çok seviniriz. Bu salonda bir sonraki oturumuz 1.30'da başlayacak. İnsan hakları bağlamında yapay zeka etiği ve etiği konuşacağız. Görüşmek üzere.
Tamam, hemen söylüyorum.
Çok teşekkür ederim.
Yönlendireceğim.
Çok sağ olun.
Tamam, sen buralardasın. Kadıköy buluşması ayarlayalım.
Ama Kadıköy nereden?
Evet.
Bugün özel düşündüm falan.
Kim nerede?
Kuzum ben ne diyeyim? Böyle aynı bölümde nasıl böyle? Hocam. Ben açıkçası geçen yıldan beri yani İzmir'de 11 üniversitenin bir vakıf girişimi oldu. Öyle yani yeni daha.
Sadece kişilerin bireysel destekleriyle çalışmalarımızı sürdürebiliyoruz. Ve aynı zamanda bu destekçilerimize 4 ayda bir hazırladığımız bültenlere ulaştırıyoruz ve çalışmalarımızdan da düzenli maillerle haberdar ediyoruz. Eğer dilersen de destekçimiz de olabilirsin. Dikkat dağıttı. Evet.
Bireysel bağış gibi yani.
Evet.
Bağışçı olarak da destekte bulunabiliyoruz. Biraz daha hem baskılıyor hem de kendi pozisyonlarını uygulamalarını yönlendiriyor. Yani ne başvuru oluyor. Hem de kendi eğitim farkında çalışıyorlar. Çocuk hakları alanında çalışıyorlar.
80'de
Evet, evet. İzleme de yapıyoruz.
aynen biz de yönlendirmeleri hep yapıyoruz. Bütün yönlendirmeler adli destek birimlerine. Herkes sustu, niye sustun?
Kamera gelince. Size kolay gelsin.
Çok kadın çalışması yapmak çok zor gerçekten. Kaç yıldır yapıyorsunuz?
12 yıldır.
Ha,
12. yılımız bizim.
Sadece Ordu'da ama.
Yani Ordu, Karadeniz bölgesi.
Karadeniz'desiniz. Çünkü Karadeniz'deki
Başvurulara
kadınlar ve
göre.
Türk kadınlar aynı aslında.
Evet.
Evet, en çok onlara ayarlıyoruz. Onlarla Gerçi burada da yani çok eğitimli olan insanları da görüyorum. Gerçi aslında farklı, biraz şey var, tercihli olarak.
Beş, altı işte. Hiç görgüsünüz varsa
Hangi şehirdeydin?
Ankara'da.
İstanbul.
İstanbul değil mi?
Yani
Ankara'da da ofis
var.
değil mi?
Ana merkez zaten Ankara'da. Ama işte İstanbul daha büyük bir ofis.
Öyle mi?
Yani hem temsilcilik burada, hem proje ofisi burada, tedavi ve rehabilitasyon merkezi de burada. O yüzden yani çalışan olarak daha fazla.
Tedavi, rehabilitasyon İzmir'de falan.
Var, İzmir'de var. İzmir, İstanbul, Ankara, Diyarbakır ve Van'da tedavi ve rehabilitasyon merkezi var. Cizre'de de referans merkezi var. Hani biraz ölçütle alakalı bir şey. İşte tedavi sekreteri, psikolog, işte sosyal çalışmacı, doktorlar falan olunca büyüyor tabii, daha bir merkez oluşuyor. İşte içindeki bizde biraz daha ya bizim zaten süre gelen bir tedavi rehabilitasyon merkezi projesi var. Yani kurulma amacı bu zaten. Ama onun dışında diğer
Oradan çalıştım.
ben orada çalışıyorum.
Yani yaşlı hakları dediğimizde şey oluyor. Nasıl yani? Evet. Ne farkı var falan gibi bir şey çıkıyor yani. O yüzden aslında...
Önün açılması lazım. Ne görüyorsunuz? İlk atılması gerekenler adım.
Ya bence biraz daha şey olmalı. Biraz daha...
Gündeme sokmaya çalışıyorum da.
Evet. Yani böyle biraz daha böyle devlet tarafından da biraz görünür olması da gerekiyor aslında bu şeylerin yani. Bu konunun en azından.
Oradan girmesi gerekiyor.
Tabii yani.
Toplum çünkü güçsüz yani bu alanda güçsüz.
Bu alanda çok güçsüz şu an. Yani bir destek de hani almak çok zor. Ancak zaten siz de çok iyi biliyorsunuz. Yani ya sivil toplumdan destek alabiliyoruz zaten. Yani biraz kendi içimizde böyle kalkıyoruz. Ya da işte mesela bir enstitüden, işte yurt dışındaki bir enstitüden vesaire çok nadir. Yani hala ama aynı zamanda bir görevli şeyimizin olması lazım ki
Feministlerin düşüncesine göre slogan atar.
Oh.
İkisini yaparız.
Slogan için de bir düşünme prosesi gerekiyor ya hani.
Pride atölyesi mesela çok güzel sloganlar
Evet,
çalıştırıyor.
ben not aldım yani. Allah'ım renk yani.
Hello again, everyone. This session will be held in English and there will be interpretation available. So for those of you who would like to get headsets, please feel free to get your headsets. Beyond Hate Speech, Methods to Counter Fake News is the title of this panel. And we will talk about the recently increasing hate speech and manipulative news in the media against refugees and migrants. We will analyze why hate speech and discriminatory news are on the rise and the methods of fact-checking through examples from Turkey and abroad. The moderator of the session will be Professor Yasemin Giritli İnceoğlu. Our speakers are from Bahçeşehir University New Media Department Head Tirşe Erbay Sal Filibeli. We have PolitiPack correspondent Jonathan Greenberg, and we have Atlas Relief and Development International representative Katie Kruger. The floor is yours.
To our panel entitled Beyond Hate Speech and Methods to Counter Fake News. As you all know, discriminative and manipulative discourse and hate speech in the media can reach many more people than discrimination in any other field due to the size of the area it permeates. Thus, its role in identity construction and prejudice formation can be much stronger. For example, in Turkey, the hashtag "We don't want Syrians" used in Twitter posts was one of the most used hashtags. And sharing misinformation and hate speech is one of the important factors in the increase of hate speech against the Syrian migrants. For example, images of Syrian trampling the Turkish flag during a protest were shared, but it was revealed that the images were taken in Iraq in 2015. The media contribute to this in different ways and even triggers anti-immigrant sentiment, such as defining Syrians with negative characteristics and words, presenting them as a problem for us, if not a threat to the nation. And the combination of presentation of the negative other and the self-serving positive presentation of us in the news is a common practice, as in all other forms in elite discourse. Therefore, in news reports, Syrians, especially the young men, are still linked to specific crimes such as aggression, extortion, rioting, theft, prostitution and especially drugs, or they are portrayed as victims of hate, discrimination, and murder, with undue emphasis on Syrian identity and cultural differences. As you know, polarized societies struggle even more in distinguishing false news due to the massive amount of rapidly spreading information. In times like these, any potential negative outcome and damage that disinformation can cause to democracies, economies, and human rights should be taken into consideration. Therefore, fact-checking organizations should embrace transparency as the most fundamental elements of their efforts, and financial and editorial transparency, increased engagement with followers, and the capacity to create a community will determine the fate of fact-checking platforms and societies alike. So today here we have 3 distinguished guests, speakers in our panel. Now, I will ask 2 general questions to each speaker in the panel, which we will try to carry out more like a conversation. And now I'm forwarding my questions to each speaker, and starting from Katie, according to the order that was announced. Katie, and of course the others will make the tour, but I will ask 2 questions for each, so we don't have to go and come forward. How can one, Katie, here one refers to the citizen, to the public, identify fake news and misinformation within reports shared by governmental entities or shared by journalists, because it's a huge area. You could answer from which part you wish. In the media about or on refugees, and when identified as such, what does one to do to combat it is number 1 question. Number 2, I can ask now or later as you wish.
Maybe I'll focus.
You focus on the first one now. Okay, you got 3 minutes. I think it's open. It's not? Yes, yes.
Amazing. Thank you for these questions. This is such a sensitive and challenging area to focus on, and it is an area that the organization I work for, Atlas Relief and Development International, or RD, in Istanbul, where we work with Syrian refugees, has really worked hard to address in close collaboration with a group of Syrian refugee women. And really, when we conduct surveys, when we ask people from the community about these challenges, the vast majority have told us directly that they have experienced forms of hate speech, forms of misinformation about their communities, and they've even seen such information shared in official reports from governmental entities, from INGOs, from local civil society organizations as well. So it's really a prominent challenge, and I think a lot of times it comes down to these entities not having a direct connection with the local communities themselves. There's a lot of information that gets shared that is not really relevant to the experiences that people face because, for example, they're not speaking directly to the communities. They don't have a relationship, a trusting relationship where they will hear the realities that people are facing on the ground. And so when this does happen, sometimes it can be really a big challenge in terms of trust. There's issues among the refugee community we support where they don't feel that they can trust services or resources coming from governmental or INGO entities because it's not truthful to their experience, or it doesn't truly reflect the needs that they have on the ground. And this is a really big challenge. When it comes to supporting the communities we work with, we provide training, we provide capacity building to help people understand what tools, what resources there are available to be able to look at resources from a critical eye, be a critical consumer of media, of news, of resources, but also be a conscientious sharer of that information and really understand when and where and what information should be then shared with the communities so that they're playing a role in supporting their neighbors, their families with information that is valid, that is helpful. And then when it comes to the organizational side, we really try to work to bridge the gap between the community and change actors, change makers, so that when a government entity or an INGO wants to create a policy that is rooted in their understanding of the refugee experience, they have a chance to speak directly with communities that it would affect. And even though that seems quite obvious, that often doesn't happen. So playing that role of bridging the gap is really important.
Yeah, thank you. And how can civil society disseminate the real stories and news to those who may be misinformed?
Another great question. I have two examples for this. Currently, we're working on a project that is collaborating with the Hayat Women's Collective. And this is a collective of Syrian refugee women who are working with RD to implement activities, some of which are focused directly on addressing hate speech and discrimination, and also online radicalization and disinformation issues. And some of the ways that they have chosen to address this challenge is to do a few different things. First of all, they're working to really change the perception of what a refugee is in the media. How are refugees portrayed? And oftentimes that really comes from a victim's mentality. There's a lot of refugees that are portrayed as dependent on the government for their funding. They're very poor. These people are not contributing to the community, to the society. But in reality, as I would hope we all know, that is really truly not the case. And refugee communities have so many assets to share with their communities as well as with the host community in which they live. So helping to represent more truthful identities from the community themselves has been a really effective method that our women's collective have worked to use. And in addition, we've also worked inside of Syria to help support minority groups inside of the country, across the country, to also represent their true experiences and perspectives. And we've helped to amplify that within the community, as well as to connect them with international change makers, so that perceptions about who they are, what they need, and also to combat governments or INGOs or other entities that would like to co-opt those experiences and use them for their own benefits. They can really have those perceptions changed from the voices of the people themselves. I think that's really important. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and thanks so much for the time management. John, should I repeat the questions again? Or?
Well, I think one of the questions was, how can people recognize when there is misinformation
That's right.
coming their way? Sure. But anyway, first, teşekkür ederim. And I'm really very happy to be here. I have to tell you, as listening to your answer, Katie, and I say, boy, are we working in very different areas, because I'm a journalist. I work with a fact-checking news service called PolitiFact, and your issue here is refugees. We have some issue with refugees as well, but the big issue for us is immigrants and immigration. Just to give you an idea of what we do is, we take specific claims from all sorts of people, politicians for sure, people in the media, and organizations, and we we identify specific claims, and then we just judge very analytically how accurate the claim is. How close to reality does this claim come? And then we rate them. We have a little bit of fun. We have something called the truthometer. So it goes from true to half true, well, mostly true, half true, mostly false, false. And then I do want to just simply say our lowest rating is called pants on fire, which for those of you who know English, this is an old children's rhyme, liar, liar, pants on fire. So we don't call people liars, but we say their claim is pants on fire. Anyway, just to give you an idea of the volume and the nature of our work, let's see if we can show that first slide and see if it shows up. There we go. Great. Thank you so much. And you can see that if you take a look at the number of claims, we've got about 1,100 or so that we have checked. We do place a priority on correcting bad information. That's more important to do. But nevertheless, you see that a good 3/4 of the claims that we check are at best half true, which is going to be misleading in its own sense, or really much worse than that. So it's a very common problem that we're dealing with. Now, here's one of our tips we say for anyone on the street. The first indication that you are seeing some misinformation is that it brings an emotional reaction. This is the immediate red flag, because people who are sharing misinformation want to get your attention, and they therefore will push your emotional buttons. So that if anyone sees a piece of information that, gives you this emotional response, then there is a real chance that it is inaccurate. Because someone was trying to get a reaction out of you. Now, there are other steps that you can take once you notice that to follow through and determine where is this information coming from. And so you have to use a certain amount of critical thinking. So the first thing is the emotional response, and the second one is calm down. Take a closer look and judge who is making this statement, who wants to share this information, who's behind it. And then you can go further. We have an entire program in my broader organization in media literacy, which shows people step by step how they can take the specific claim and say, okay, has this shown up anyplace else? Have other people looked at this particular claim and found that it was wrong? So very quickly, people, especially people who are on their web browsers, can begin to see where there is misinformation. That is, for us, I think, really important. But, in a way, I'm a little bit envious of you, because you get to engage with people directly. You get to be a real activist. We are more neutral. We put the information out there. And then we do everything we can to make sure that it reaches more people. But at the end of the day, we are just simply, we put it out there and then we wait and see.
Okay, thank you. You almost, I think, answered the second question, but would you like to add something? How can civil society disseminate the real stories and news to those who may be misinformed?
Let me just give one little example.
Okay.
Obviously, everything we do is set up to be shared quickly through social media. We want people to share information. But we have one partnership that I think has been very interesting in terms of its results, and that's a partnership with Facebook. Now, people can be very critical of Facebook, and they should be, but our partnership with Facebook involves us checking posts that appear on Facebook. And then our results are sort of embedded into the Facebook post, so that when people come to that post, they have an opportunity to see our fact check. And the reason I want to mention this in particular is that this has put us in touch with many more people who we were not reaching before. Just as an example, before the partnership, we got maybe 4 million people a year coming to our fact checks through Facebook, so we can trace that digitally. After the partnership, that number went up to 20 million in a year. And those were people we weren't reaching before. And I think that that's really the challenge. There's lots of people we can reach, but we need to reach new people.
Thank you very much. And Tirşe?
At first, maybe we need to think about what is misinformation, disinformation, and fake news. Yes, we use mostly fake news, but fake news might be only an umbrella term. And about refugees, mostly we are talking about disinformation, not misinformation, because here in Turkey we see lots of, yes, misinformation. They look like misinformation, but sometimes people purposely missing something, and it became disinformation at this point because they are purposely doing it. They are purposely producing this kind of information. What kind of information we are seeing here in Turkey, it's really important because mostly people see refugees as a threat, and like economical and administrative threats, or educational threats, or a religious threat, or something like this, they see them. And there are some, like, for example, refugees getting some amount of money from the government, or like they have some privileges at hospitals, or they have some privileges at universities, or those kind of information people spreading. So there are some different systems, but here when people who disseminate this kind of information, when they try to give information, they misjudge it, and according to their misjudgment, they give this information. And this is disinformation at this point. And when we see this kind of information, what we need to do, it is really important, because at first we need to think about who is sharing it. Like if Ümit Özdağ sharing it, we shouldn't believe in it, because sometimes mostly for Ümit Özdağ is the leader of Victory Party, and he used a lot of information about refugees and spread so many disinformation about refugees. It's a part of his campaign, by the way, and he used it a lot. But there are so many other politicians, they are using it a lot, especially, by the way, all the research show us during the election times, people tend to use this kind of information because it is, as you know, a part of propaganda campaign to create a common enemy, and refugees are the potential common enemy, and so people don't hesitate to use refugees as a part of their campaign, and they use it. So for this reason, when we see some kind of information, at first we need to think about who is sharing it. This is really important. And in which context they are sharing it. At this point, we need to think about it's true or not. If it is not true, we need to be aware of something. If we click it, we will make people see this content more, so we shouldn't click it. We shouldn't, in a way, react those kind of content. And on the other hand, yes, this third-party fact-checking is really working on Facebook. But on the other hand, for example, here in Turkey, we know that this is something that we name, yes, audience loyalty. And people, mostly these people, don't believe in these organizations. They criticize those organizations as well, some people. So for this reason, audience loyalty is really important. I think here non-governmental organizations or those fact-checking organizations should work more. And on the other hand, why they are sharing it? This is really important. We say that, yes, politicians sharing it. And on the other hand, it is unfortunately, some people share those kind of content just for the profit. For example, once upon a time when we conducted research with Dr. Can Ertuğ, we saw that there is a fake Facebook account, and it's regularly sharing disinformation about refugees. And the moderator of the account was asking people, if you have this kind of information, please send it to us because we will share it. And all of those contents were promoted. So this is really interesting. So it's for the profit they are sharing it. They don't care about refugees. So for this reason, the context is really important, and who is sharing is really important. We need to be really critical. Maybe it might be my answer.
Okay, thank you. So, Katie, I have a question for you. How do you evaluate the impacts of hate speech and discrimination within Istanbul's refugee and host communities, as well as among IDP communities across Syria? And maybe another one, you'll answer them together. Could you please tell us about the unique experiences with fake news and disinformation faced by refugees and tactics to address fake news, disinformation that ARDI and CPS have used to address the challenge in collaboration through your project to establish capacity state? And you just mentioned about fund projects through the Hayat women's collective that address discrimination, hate speech, and disinformation, fake news. Maybe some you would like to focus on the gender dynamics, etc. Just
sure.
Yeah. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Yes. So when we initially began our programming in Istanbul, we of course began with a really in-depth needs assessment. We wanted to reach a wide variety of diverse refugees or people under protected status in Turkey to really understand what challenges they were facing, what needs they have that were not being addressed. And really within the context of this project, we were aiming to address some of the root causes of potential extremism or radicalization that were really rooted in issues related to social instability or unaddressed needs. And what we found from the findings was that challenges around misinformation, challenges around online radicalization, these issues were really a part of challenges related to hate speech and discrimination that refugees were feeling and experiencing quite often, not only from the host community, but also within their own communities as well. Because obviously refugees are a very diverse group of people. It's not only Syrians, it's not only Arabic speakers, but there's a wide variety of people. And even among the Syrian community, there's a wide variety of different minority groups or different people from diverse regions of the country. So it's not one single group of people. And one of the challenges that a lot of the people we spoke with highlighted was that misinformation being shared from the host community, but also among their own communities, were really driving a lot of fear and a lot of isolation. And we're really exacerbating a lot of the other challenges that they faced. And not only was this happening online, but of course also in person. In 2019, as I'm sure many of us remember, there was heightened challenges when it came to misinformation being shared that was not only an issue online, but was acted out in violence on the street. Refugee communities were really affected by stores and homes being burnt down, by rioting, by violence. So when you think about the impact that misinformation, disinformation can have, it doesn't just stay online and affect the psyche of the person, but it can really take a physical form as well. And so these were really challenges we wanted to address, and the project is a fairly small initiative in terms of the work that the women were each doing. There's the women's collective, the Hayat Women's Collective, had funding and support from ARDI to implement small community-based initiatives. And some of the activities that they chose to work on when it comes to addressing disinformation, misinformation, were to impact the youth. So one initiative that they worked on was to bring together Turkish youth and Syrian youth and hold a game show competition where they had moderators who would bring up some key forms of misinformation, such as refugees receive tons of money from the government, or Syria is a safe place to be, why are you not going back home? And other challenges that were really prominent online at the time. And they allowed the different contestants to share their experiences. Why did they believe such a thing? Where were they hearing this? And then through this game show initiative, they were able to hear really the truth of the situation, both in terms of facts, but also the perspectives from both sides. And they had a platform to share those perspectives with each other in a moderated, safe space where it's okay if you had a misconception. You're here to learn what the reality is, not only from the fact-checked information, but also from the perspective of the other group that you may not have ever heard before. So that was a really impactful initiative that the women led and facilitated and will be continuing in the future. And they really felt passionately about addressing youth and making sure youth were engaged. And then the other side of this was really to work online. And obviously these projects were conducted during the pandemic, so really in-person initiatives were not possible at the time. They will be in the future, hopefully, but they did a lot of dialogue sessions where they were able to bring people together and learn about hate speech, about fake news, about disinformation, misinformation. What is the difference, as you highlighted, and where can they find real information, such as the organization that you run? These sources and resources are available, and they need to be shared, and tools and skills to really identify, as a consumer of media, as a sharer of news and media, how do you address these things, and how do you be conscious about what you're sharing and what you're consuming? So those were some of the initiatives that were led through the Hayat Women's Collective, and will be continuing. And then I'm forgetting what else you had asked. Did I miss saying something? Maybe just from a gendered perspective, because our organization really emphasizes a gender lens across all of our work. So one of the things that the Hayat Women and ARDI highlighted was just about the specific experiences that women and other gender minority groups were experiencing when it came to hate speech and discrimination. And oftentimes women especially have such an outward symbolic identity when it comes to being from the Syrian community. Not everyone, of course, but many of them look a certain way in terms of clothing or in terms of presentation. So oftentimes refugee women were telling us that they were being targeted, especially because of how they looked, or because of them as women were being blamed, like, why are you not helping your family integrate more? You know, you should be helping your children learn Turkish. Why are you not speaking Turkish, for example? So we found that women not only were targeted quite often as females, but also as someone that kind of was holding the identity of the refugee on the streets, for example. It was a really big challenge that many women shared with us, and they were also being almost playing this double burden of not only working to integrate and also dealing with hate speech, discrimination, misinformation being shared about themselves, but also they were being engaged in projects from organizations alone. You know, women were being engaged for these projects. They were being taught new skills about how to identify misinformation and hate speech, but then they were going home and having this double burden of then needing to teach their families and help their families understand everything, which is both a wonderful opportunity to do so, but it's also an extra burden that they had to hold and had to be responsible for. So just to say that we're really conscious of the gendered perspective and the gendered dynamic when it comes to hate speech, and trying to make sure that our projects were designed in a way that would not place extra burden on people.
Thank you so much. John, PolitiFact, the fact-checking news service, has examined over 1,000 claims related to immigration, and over half have been mostly false or worse. What are the main themes that show up in the false claims? How do these circulate? How do they reach people? Access? Who are the worst offenders, maybe? And what have you done to block their spread? Thank you.
Sure. So we were talking among ourselves before the panel began, and it's really amazing that when it comes to hate speech and misinformation about refugees or immigrants, there is no creativity. Let me give you 3 quick examples of the themes that we see again and again. Let's go to another slide. Theme that these people are criminals. There we have a claim from Donald Trump, talking about human trafficking and drugs. I can't tell you the number of times that we check claims that are associating immigrants with drugs and crime, again and again and again. And you, in your work, in your lives, no matter what you're looking at, you know, this whole business of treating people as other, different, dangerous. This is one of the most common themes. Another slide, another theme. They are taking something away from you, right? And this is something that shows up on Facebook. We've seen it from politicians. This is American citizens pay $155 billion a year to make sure that illegal immigrants are taken care of better than American citizens. This is the whole psychology of like, these people are, it's unfair. You're all waiting in line for something good, and they get in front of you in line. And guess what? You are paying for it, right? These are powerful emotional messages, and we see them again and again. When I get to one of our prime offenders, he specializes in all of them. Last one, please. That they're unclean. This is a really deep-seated belief that in this particular case, because of the pandemic, Joe Biden has driven the current coronavirus surge because he imported more virus from around the world by having a wide open southern border. So this whole just fundamental gut feeling that these people are unclean is so destructive, so common. We see it again and again. And you asked me, who are some of the worst offenders? In this area, America has an ace. We have a king, and his name is Tucker Carlson. And he is on Fox News. And Fox News is our conservative broadcasting or cable news network. And he is so effective at hitting all of these themes again and again and again. And his show has the highest audience of any of the cable news programs. That's not all news programs, but I just cannot underemphasize how dangerous it is. He reaches millions of people every night with these themes, and all it does is inflame the negative attitudes towards immigrants. So what can we do? Well, you know, we will just fact check and fact check and fact check. And it is good when we do something through Facebook because there's a multiplier effect that any claim that we find to be incorrect on Facebook, then we feed that back into the Facebook's algorithm so that all claims like that are similarly flagged. And Facebook also just dramatically pulls back the spread of those particular posts. Now, I'm going to be honest with you, that doesn't stop the spread, right? It slows it down. And then there are other claims that come along on top of it. It is a never-ending battle. So we cannot block it. What I see us doing more than anything else is we give people hard facts that they can use in their lives, in their interactions with others, so that we give them a little more power to push back. And if we're able to do that, and we reach millions of people too, then maybe we're sort of holding the line against this kind of misinformation.
Thank you so much. And Tirşe, your question is, you have mentioned in your article called Sarcasm Beyond Hate Speech, Facebook comments on Syrian refugees in Turkey, that some comments in Facebook towards refugees cannot simply be considered as innocent jokes and are indeed part of a vicious cycle of violence and function like hate speech and discriminatory rhetoric. Can you share your outputs from your research, please?
Of course. At first, we need to define what is vicious cycle of violence. According to Johan Galtung, there are two forms of violence, indirect one and direct one. Direct one is very simple. If you beat someone, this is direct violence, isn't it? So if you kill someone, this is direct violence. It is working in that way. But the indirect one is really interesting, because here we see that the two forms of violence, the cultural one and the structural one. The cultural one is this, like all those false information that we spread about refugees, or all those disinformation that we talk about. All of them are a part of cultural violence, because here what we do in a way, by sharing it, by people share it, more people will see it, and at the end it will in a way make some people believe in those lies, and it will create a kind of ideology, and people maybe will act discriminatively. So it will function in that way. But here, the cultural violence also affects the structural one. Like, for example, if we think about what happened during the pandemic, like the example that you show us, in many other countries, they determine refugees as potential COVID-19 carriers, and it caused some illegal pushbacks in Greece and in Italy and in many other countries. So, and it caused that, by the way. So this is the structural one. If they started all those governments started to do some acts, and if they legalize it, for example, if they don't accept refugees force in a way to some hospitals, or if they ban refugees to live in some part of the countries, and it happens here in Turkey, by the way, so it is the structural one. And Galtung says this, the structural one and the cultural one eventually will cause a direct violence, so it will create a vicious cycle of violence. And here is when we define the sarcasm as a cultural violence, as a form of cultural violence, we try to underline this information, because here we see that it is really hard to detect sarcasm or those kind of language in a way. And via sentiment analysis, so many researchers are doing some research on Twitter, on other social media platforms, but it is really hard to detect those kind of language. Because, for example, if I would like to give an example. Here they are saying that if you like to come, you are welcome to come, but when you come, you will see what you deserve. It is really hard to detect this kind of language because there is no insult. They don't use any, like they don't dehumanize in a way people, etc., etc. For this reason, and people, the problem is this: people react like via smileys and all, like liking, etc. They react to those kind of content. And when they react, as you know, all those platforms try to optimize the time that we spend on those platforms. When they react, other people will see it, and maybe we will see similar kind of content, and we will continue to see similar ones, etc., etc. And it will eventually cause a kind of violence, and it will cause a vicious cycle, etc., etc. So it is working in that way.
Thank you. So my questions are all, but here I think it's much more important for you, the audience, who would like to ask questions to our distinguished guests. First of all, thanks very much. I was very much pleased to moderate this, our talk, as John said. It was a wonderful talk. And now let's get questions from you. Yes, somebody has to bring them.
Hi, and thank you for the really interesting panel and really interesting topic. I had a question probably mostly for Tisha Hoca. Looking at a model like PolitiFact, it's clear that that's rooted in an American context. It focuses mostly on information in English, and as far as I know, most similar efforts, most of the work that's gone into moderating platforms like Facebook, focuses primarily on English, and as bad as disinformation in English is, most evidence shows that in all other languages it's worse. And I'm wondering, what kind of infrastructure is there like that in Turkish, or what would it take to build something like that? And do you think that's even the most effective approach? Oh.
If there is a similar organization in Turkey, as there is. Of course, here they are. Am I right?
You make the event.
Okay. Here we have someone. We have a similar organization. They are working as a party fact-checking organization for Facebook, Tay.org, and they do a really great job. And on the other hand, but the problem is this. Yes, they really work hard, but on the other hand, platforms are really working hard as they are. I am not sure about it. I need to criticize a little bit platforms. For example, when we see, for example, several times I warned Facebook about something, like I say that this is hate speech or this is disinformation. And they say that according to our policy, it is not hate speech. It's obviously hate speech, but they say that it is not a hate speech. So for this reason, they warn them. I know it because we talk about it. Always we are talking about it, and they warn them, but sometimes, most probably, they tell them it is maybe not like false, or it will stay here for a while, or something like this. For this reason, platforms is something else. But on the other hand, I think this program is really great, okay? Third-party fact-checking is really great, by the way. Because anyway, they try to consult these organizations. Yes, we have several organizations. Maybe we may, Gülüm, would you like to talk about it? Yeah.
Hi, maybe I can also mention about, actually this kind of partnership with social media platforms is really good, but of course it's not enough, because actually platforms should just see fact-checking organizations separate than the content moderation. We are doing more than this. Fact-checking is a kind of a hard work, and it's actually mostly included something like journalism inside, and actually factual information, as like Tisha Hoca mentioned, affects people's lives. So we have to do more than actually moderating these kind of platforms. And like our organizations, Tate.org, we are also trying to do empowering the media literacy in the society. So it's not the only way to working with the platforms is just a way for being successful. So it's a huge problem. So there are many dimensions inside this problem. So, and when again we back to the platforms, maybe, you know, because you mentioned about the Polt effect, there are many fact-checking organizations wrote a letter to YouTube, for example, a few months ago, say that you should do something on your platform. But actually, last week I was in Oslo for Global Fact conference, and the YouTube person said that I appreciate your approach, but yeah, we are trying to do our best, but they really try to their best. But at the end, we never see such an effort in many platforms, but at least Facebook try to do something, TikTok try to do something. So we really understand their efforts, but we need more than this, and we need more concrete and broad approach to fight against this disinformation problem, because it's more than this, and media literacy, I think, the most important part of this fight against disinformation.
Can I just jump on with just one additional thing, is that we also have a partnership with TikTok. And that's a really important place for us to be. And obviously it reaches a lot of young people, but it reaches people of all ages now. So you need to be engaged with the popular platforms and hope for cooperation. And TikTok, I think, has been pretty good.
Any other questions? No? Everybody is satisfied with our talk. So, yes?
I'd like to add something else. I forgot to add this, by the way. According to our research, 10% of comments were sarcastic. It's really interesting, isn't it? Think about it. Via sentiment analysis or AI, we try to detect some hatred rhetoric or discriminative language or false information, but it is almost impossible to detect 10% of those comments. It's really interesting. I wanted to add this information as well. 10%. 11, actually. 11% of, according to our research, comments were sarcastic.
Wow, they don't talk to me. About 50% of my comments are sarcastic.
Okay, if there are no other more questions, I'm closing the session. Thank you so much for all of you for your interest and your participation, and hope to see you in another panel. Thank you. That was wonderful.
Biz de katılımlarınız için çok teşekkür ederiz. Evet, tam zamanında bitti. Ekranda gördüğünüz QR kodu telefonunuzdan okutup orada çıkan değerlendirme formunu doldurursanız çok seviniriz. Görüşleriniz bizim için çok önemli. Şu an bir sonraki panelimiz 3'te başlayacak. İnsan hakları odaklı filantropiyi konuşacağız. Ama tam da
Philanthropy discussions focused on human rights. And right now, Istanbul Sound Painting Orchestra is having a concert right outside on the terrace. You might also go out and
we will be discussing poverty and social injustice through the lens of the civil society, and we will be talking about the urgency of building a better world. We will be looking at how things are in Turkey, in India, and we will discuss poverty in general. And we will be talking about what civil society is doing to make visible deep poverty and how we can bring to life transformative policies. And we have a guest from Oxfam India, Pankaj Anand. And from Istanbul City Council, we have Tülin Hati. And from Women's Cooperatives, we have joining us for this panel Pelihan Ulu. And the moderator of this session will be the chair of the Zero Discrimination Association, Elmas Arus. Hello and welcome everyone. We would like to thank the Hrant Dink Foundation and the Memory Center for bringing us together. We would like to welcome you once again to this Coexistence Festival. For quite some time, especially after the pandemic, we have been talking a lot about poverty and the importance of solidarity, social aid, and so on and so forth. And all of these topics are really pertinent in today's world, and especially for us civil society stakeholders who adopt a rights-based approach. Obviously, this was no coincidence that we ended up discussing these issues, because after the pandemic hit, precarious workers were affected tremendously, and these people started experiencing poverty and a lack of social aid and social assistance, especially food assistance. As civil society organizations, rights-based civil society organizations, I think we had a difficult time trying to respond to the needs of the people, and we did our best to exhibit solidarity with one another and create opportunities to actually try and alleviate poverty where we are. We try to bring services to people, but obviously, as we were doing this, it was important to be rights-based, but whether we were able to put this into practice or not is a contentious issue. At this very point, we believe it's a great opportunity to talk about being rights-based and to discuss solidarity, good examples, good practices from across the globe. We wanted to organize this panel, and we are joined by three esteemed guests who will be with us throughout this panel and share their opinions with us. So let us kick this session off with a general question, especially because they work on urban poverty. I know that they have been working quite hard to support alleviation of poverty. So I'd like to thank them what they've been doing. Tülin, could you please fill us in on this? So here's my general question. Why are we getting poorer? And especially in Turkey, what would you say? Can you give us some insights, especially from the City Council as well? Now, before I move on to the answer to this question, allow me to say this much. First of all, I have a question for the organizers of this conference. We had a message yesterday, a reminder for visually impaired that we need to introduce ourselves. We are going to do that, right? I mean, we were given a pointer yesterday. So for those who are visually impaired, let me say that I am blonde, or I used to be blonde. I have more gray hair now. I have blue eyes and I have a white complexion. I'm a woman, and I am wearing a gray t-shirt and black trousers, and there's four of us sitting next to one another. I'm the second, and I have short hair. This is how I wanted to begin, for the sake of those who are visually impaired. Now, this whole issue of poverty is not new, obviously, and people have been experiencing poverty for quite some time. and we live in a capitalistic society, and there are those who can only survive by selling their labor, and we talk of poverty all the time in today's world. We live in cities, and my organization, City Council, is an organization that focuses on urban poverty. In addition to rural areas, I think there are new forms of poverty in cities, in urban areas, because precarious work is quite widespread in today's world. Actually, this is not going to be a surprise for you all. I will hold neoliberal policies responsible for this. The state, as a regulatory authority, has sort of reneged on its duties, and in the world of business, people don't care about those who make a living with their labor, and we see rampant privatization, and these are the main culprits, I think. And also, one more thing, up until recently, those who were working in better conditions, who weren't really complaining about their income, are now doing so after the economic crisis. These people have actually moved to or down the income ladder, and more people are becoming poorer. And people are talking about how cost of living is rising, and how we're getting poorer. Young people, women, elderly people, disabled people, and senior citizens, the Roma, the Kurds, those who do have insurance, security, public security insurance, and those who don't, those who have different sexual orientations, are the most vulnerable groups in the face of these policies. And obviously, local authorities have an important role to play, but there's a scarcity of, or lack of, representation and lack of transparency in the city council. I wish there would be more representatives of each and every community. I think that would be for the best, but sadly that is not the case. Thank you very much, Tülin Hanım. And now, at this point, let me just say that the civil society obviously has a role to play, and let me ask the same question to Perihan. Yes, let me pick up from where Tülin left off. This is something that we all know. The main reason of poverty is this, growth-oriented, profit-oriented, sexist, women exclusionary system that we live in, that harms the environment. I mean, this is the eco-political system, neoliberalism, in short. And I think the biggest signifier of this, where we are today, is this huge income divide. And just a couple of numbers that I wanted to share with you without boring you out. And thank you for handing your glasses to me, reading glasses to me. Now, we live in such deep injustice. Oxfam, we're a member of Oxfam Confederation as KEDEM, and in their latest report, there are some very striking figures. During the pandemic, every 30 hours, a new billionaire emerged. Every 30 hours, a new billionaire emerged and joined the club of billionaires. On the other hand, every 30 hours, 1 million people slid into deep poverty during the pandemic. So, on the one hand, you have these billionaires, and you have millions of people sliding into poverty. And also, we see that 10 richest men of the world actually have more wealth than 40% of the global population. And when we look at Turkey, we see that top 500 rich people actually have more wealth than 50 million people living in this country. So, on the one hand, this is quite striking. And also, when it comes to women and girls, when we look at women and girls, we see that 12.5 billions of hours of unpaid work gets done, and this totals $10.3 trillion in value. And again, this is quite striking. On a global scale, this is actually threefold of technology companies. This is unpaid work, care work. And when we talk about wealth, and the reason why these people are getting richer and richer is because there's all this invisible work. So it's actually this unpaid work that makes the world go around. And looking at this from this perspective, there's another study that was conducted in Turkey, and $6.5 billion, that was the unpaid care work, and this is, you know, basically done by women. So when we look at this, we see that day by day, actually, poverty is deepening, and some people, a handful of people and men, are adding to their wealth, and there's this huge gap, huge divide when it comes to income and wealth. And at this point, yes, we are getting poorer and poorer, and you know, this is the main reason why poverty exists in today's world. And there's a system that feeds on poverty, that thrives on poverty, but we are all trying to build a better world, a fairer world, and we all need to instill ourselves with hope. So I have a couple of more figures to share with you. Now, again, according to Oxfam, in the next decade, the richest 1%, if 0.5% tax is levied on these people, then for healthcare, for education, for care, 117 million new jobs can be created thanks to this investment in the next 10 years. 1% by taxing 1% of the rich by 0.5%, we can build a better world, a fairer world, and we can create new jobs, and that is very much possible. So here's what we need to do. We need to assume responsibility as the civil society, and obviously local authorities must also assume responsibility and serve not just the 1%, but also the remaining 99%. We need to be egalitarian in our policies, and as KEDEM, this is what we're trying to do in our fight against poverty. We're trying to raise awareness about the fact that poverty is not just an economic issue, it is a social and political issue as well. It's about participation, and it's about citizenship, and this is how we're trying to tackle this injustice, and this is what we're trying to achieve. But like you said, in a fair world, a fair world, a better world is very much possible. Thank you very much. Now, you've talked about your org, KEDEV. Let's move on to Kampash. You have the floor.
Microphone. Microphone. Your microphone. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So when I am talking about poverty, I am talking about absolute poverty. So everybody in the room will agree that poverty is about lack of access to medicines and healthcare, lack of clean drinking water, lack of access to quality education, lack of access to employment, and the like. But we must also remember that those who are caught in the web of poverty want to escape poverty, and they try to do it. But poverty, the manifestation of poverty in many different places can be different. I also want to add that poverty is a societal issue, and that it is not an issue only of the poor. So whether or not we are part of the problem, if we think we are not part of the problem, we are wrong, number one. And if we think we are part of the problem, we have to be part of the solution. So this is my preface that I want to say. I would also want to add a couple of things from generally, the question is that why is the poverty rising, especially in the last 2 years? I think the sense that everybody has is that it is COVID-19, that the poverty is rising, yes, which is true because of the disrupted supply chain, lack of demand in the economy, lack of production, job cuts, reduced economic output, we know that. But the question to ask is COVID-19 the only reason why poverty is rising? The answer is no. There are other reasons. And what are the other reasons? I think I want to add this and emphasize something which is actually a no-brainer, but important, that the poverty is rising because of the conflict that we have around the world. I just want to say, if you look at Syria, 80% of the population in Syria is below poverty line. Yemen has 50% people below the poverty line. And then you take Afghanistan, Myanmar, Nepal, and you can go on. Even in countries where you do not see large-scale civil war, take for example India, my own country, there are deep pockets of internecine, long duration, forgotten conflicts. And those are the regions in India where you find are deep pockets of poverty. For example, the large states like Chhattisgarh, Jharkhand, you may not know these names, but I'm telling you, these are very, very large states. Some of these states are so big that actually they are equivalent to any other country in Europe. And some of these countries have a very, very long history of violence, whether it is ultra-left violence or violence of some other kind. And these, so conflict is a very important dimension why poverty is increasing. A large part of the world is experiencing violence of a very deep nature, a very systematic one. The other reasons is that in countries like India and in many other countries in South Asia, you will find that we have very poor health infrastructure. And therefore, the availability of doctors per 1,000 population, availability of beds per 1,000 population is way low. I am not comparing at the moment between India and Turkey, which I actually want to do. But when I compare Turkey, if I compare Turkey and India, I find that we are doing very, very badly. And this is in contrast to the fact that India is among the 10 wealthiest nations in the world, but a very poor country. The large majority of population is still poor. The lack of social security and safety net, of course, in your country, especially in the rural hinterland, and my country all over, whether urban or rural, is extremely poor. So we have seen that the most conservative World Bank estimates tell us, coming back to poverty, is that 150 million people have slid down into poverty as a result of COVID-19. But there are other estimates which suggest that there are around 400 million people who have slid into poverty. This is important to remind because the magnitude of the crisis is so big and the number of people falling into poverty is so big that it should be a reminder to all of us. We are facing a very difficult situation. If I look at our own Oxfam report, nearly 275 million people have fallen into poverty as a result of in the post-COVID period. In India alone, 150 million people have slid back into poverty. And this is on top of the numbers of people already being in poverty before pandemic hit. So these are very, very large numbers that we are talking about. When I'm talking about 400 million people, it actually means a population of the size of US and UK. And when I'm talking about 150 to 200 million people falling back into poverty in India, it means I'm talking about a country of the size of Russia or Bangladesh. So that's the magnitude of the poverty. So I'll stop here because I just wanted to emphasize that we are staring at a very, very difficult period ahead as far as the poverty is concerned.
Çok teşekkürler Pankaj.
Thank you very much, Pankaj. I believe I can ask a question for you. This year, Oxfam published Profiting from Pain, a report. So there is this rising capital owners, and it shows this to us with data. So in this report, there are some findings. Can you talk about the findings in this report? What are your suggestions for governments?
This report, I have noted down some numbers because I understood this is just hot off the press. It came out during the World Economic Forum in Davos, and the report came out in May. Very interesting report. I will encourage all of you to actually go to Google and just type profiting from pain and you will get that report. Interesting report. Some of these snippets of what is published in the report, I think has already been spoken by her, some snippets. But I think the general thing which is coming out of the report is that the billionaire wealth is soaring at a time when the real incomes of people are falling all over the world. 99% of the people all around the world have lost their income, which was during the pre-pandemic period. The cost of living crisis is a huge thing which is staring at us all around. But at the same time, as I said, the wealth of the richest people has actually reached dizzying heights, and which I should say is obscene wealth that we see growing. The governments have actually miserably failed to prevent the biggest increase in extreme poverty at a time when the wealth of the richest people is increasing. But I just want to give you some killer facts from the report. The billionaires have seen their wealth grow as much in 24 months during the 2 years period as they did in 23 years. The companies, especially in the food, pharma, technology and energy, they have actually cashed in big time. The billionaires in the food and energy sectors have seen their fortunes increase by $1 billion every 2 days. $1 billion every 2 days, while the food and energy prices have increased to their highest level in decades. The COVID-19, rising inequality and rising food prices is actually pushing 1 million people in poverty every 33 hours, which has been explained by her. But I just also want to repeat this point. And this is the same time when a new billionaire is invented every 30 hours. Now, these are really, stark facts that we should keep reminding ourselves. But I also want to quote a few other facts from the report. Today we have 2,668 billionaires in the world, and we have added 573 new billionaires to the list in this 2,663 during the last 24 months. And collectively they own equivalent to $12.7 trillion, which is an increase of 42% during the pandemic. This much of wealth they have seen adding to their kitty. So the total billionaire wealth around the globe is now 14% of the global GDP. It is 14% of the global GDP. the richest 10 men, and I want to underline the word men, 10 men have greater wealth than the poorest 40% of the humanity combined. The richest 20 billionaires are worth more than the entire GDP of sub-Saharan Africa. And one last killer fact before I stop, that Elon Musk is so rich that tomorrow if you were to snatch his wealth or he loses his wealth, equivalent to 99% of his current wealth, he would still be 0.00001% richest people in the world. And his profit has grown 700% during the last 2 years. So I think I'll stop because I'm not going into the income inequality and the gender inequality, the gender pay gap, and the women labor force participation, etc., because there are other facts in the report. So I'll stop here for now.
Çok teşekkür ediyorum.
Thank you very much. Maybe we can continue from here. And I want to ask this question to Elvin Hanım. We're talking about income inequality, and there are studies in Istanbul. So at the local level, we are following this situation. And also there is this gender inequality, especially in vulnerable groups. This income inequality is a serious issue. Immigrants, the Roma, and other vulnerable groups are affected, especially after the pandemic. So they were thinking they got rid of poverty, but they become even poorer. In fact, they're trying to survive with desperation. We witnessed that. The city council, how do you work in this area? How do you work with the city poverty group and other groups? And can you talk about the other groups as well? Participation in the city, equality, and equal distribution. Can you talk about those issues? Well, before I answer the question, very briefly, I can talk about the city council itself because it can be confused with being an activism area. The city council is where different NGOs get together. We get together with the municipality, the central government, academicians, district heads, representatives of political parties. So it is a governance mechanism where these different stakeholders get together. So some say it's the largest NGO, but that's not the case. It's a governance mechanism. So the public sector, private sector, and NGO get together. And there are three main outstanding purposes. One is building bridges between NGOs and public sector, strengthening the relations, improving city life and city space, allowing opportunities to think about that, and an active monitoring and assessment. I think that this active follow-up and assessment is very important. We talked about the balance and supervision mechanisms and their functioning. So at the municipality level, the city council has the potential to be such a mechanism. It has a very high potential. And in the city council, there are 5 councils for subgroups, and there are 21 work groups that includes everyone. So taking into account our subject, the city poverty working group seems to be standing out, but in fact, all the work groups, be it the city culture, cultural heritage, digitization, all are actually in relation to one another. All are, in fact, linked to one another. And in the city poverty work group, there is also the Zero Discrimination Association. It's also part of that. And the foundation to evaluate women's labor is another part of that, part of the groups. So this deep poverty in the city and new poverty, they have very deep research and they have deep knowledge about that. So there are different groups, Çorbada Tuzun Olsun, İhtiyaç Haritası, Cooperative. They collaborate and they actually try to create some good data and they try to map this. And the city poverty work group collaborates with the disaster group and the immigration group as well, because COVID-19 was also this disaster. There is an expected earthquake. Now we see floods all around. So in such circumstances, how can vulnerable groups protect themselves? If there is an unexpected situation, how is it possible to, protect them? So there are formal and informal mechanisms that they're thinking about. And about immigration, which is also very much linked with poverty. We have a forum this Friday at 4 o'clock. It's online. You're all invited. It's on the web page of the City Council. You can apply from the page. So there is this constant data transfer to the municipality, offering suggestions, reporting. We also had this study for children about children's poverty. So that's another important problem. Children are very much aware of the poverty state and they seriously experience that. And they're struggling to adapt to that. So it's part of their daily lives. They try to cope with that. So how can we strengthen children? How can we distract their attention to other issues? So those are on our agenda. In answering the previous question, I talked about the commons. So, well, we don't have this anymore, but the infrastructure for the cities are common goods. And in order to protect that, we need to create some defense mechanisms. We carry out work on that. EBRD, we work with them. They have this transparency and accountability unit, so we have capacity building work in collaboration with them. So this is what I can say in summary, and all of them is continuing in a certain pattern. The UN defined sustainable development goals. Taking those into account, every group is trying to implement those. Well, Tülin Hanım, so the municipality is following a service-oriented approach towards these groups. As the city council, are you trying to bring it to a rights-based level? Is that what you're doing? Yes, and they're offering certain services and products. So we also question the quality of that as well. When you struggle with poverty, there is this understanding of aid. So there are different methods of aid. You try to do this without hurting them. You try to distribute it in a fair way. But personal development is disregarded there. This shouldn't be disregarded. Well, of course, you should try to strengthen them with aid. You should try to help them stand up. At the same time, their personal development should also be on the agenda. So that's what we're working for. Thank you very much. You talked about strengthening. KEDEV has work around that, especially for strengthening women. So during this period, when it comes to women's poverty, KEDEV actually triggers women's cooperatives. Can you talk about your work to strengthen women and the vulnerable groups, and your rights-based work? Can you talk about those? Well, before women's cooperatives, you know, maybe we could talk about the global scale. Well, we discussed this a moment ago. Poverty is increasing, income inequality is increasing. There will be further crises ahead. There's climate change and there is, you know, migration. So if we don't intervene, things seem to have a bad prospects. But governments couldn't manage the crisis. This is obvious. They can't. So from this perspective, this is the starting point of cooperatives. There is so much poverty, injustice, inequality, and the governments couldn't generate services, so women had to do it on their own. So this cooperative and solidarity associations started with the question of what can we do? So that is the starting point of the women's cooperative. It's centered around their own needs, their common problems, trying to generate solutions for them, creating a common service area for the cities. That's why they turned into a cooperative. And why did women become a cooperative? In the beginning of 2021, when we were starting this cooperative, we wouldn't even dream that it would be an issue of the UN. You know, it was 2001 back then. And now, at this point, both in Turkey and in the world, there is this momentum in cooperative movement. And in Turkey, in the women's cooperative issue, there is a momentum. And as KEDEV, we work with poor women. They cannot find jobs. And, you know, we talked about the place of women in economy a moment ago. You talked about it too. There is, you know, unemployment, and women have serious problems entering economic world. At the same time, education, professional skills, income level. So they're outside you know, individual entrepreneurship and unemployment. So they are questioning what they could do. And instead of struggling individually, they decided to get together as a cooperative. So education, resources, capital, they brought all of those together. And they have this more sustainable business opportunities. So it actually responds to poverty. It's needs-based. And this is how it started. And today in Turkey, as KEDEV, we work with 600 women's cooperatives. And there are 600 cooperatives in KEDEV's network. What do these cooperatives do? Agriculture, food, services, tourism, production. From soap production to woven products, there is a variety of activities. And of course, this care issue is one of the most important things. Elderly care, child care. So we're trying to develop a model about elderly care recently. So actually, they play a role in helping the economic wheel turn. Recently, women's cooperatives, you know, when it comes to climate change, disaster, crisis, safe neighborhoods, are more, you know, playing a pioneer role. We do care about women's cooperatives. Perhaps you would know, we started this in 2001. We started this organization on a needs basis. And at this point, we are bothered about a certain situation. Every day, somebody sets up another cooperative. Everyone, all the district heads, all the governors' wives or district heads' wives are launching cooperatives. All the mayors' wives want to set up cooperatives. So there is this unbelievable, surge in cooperatives. Before coming here, I looked at how many women's cooperatives there are in Turkey. It's about 1,000. But most of them are, top down. So as KEDEV, we have 600 cooperatives in our network, and we're trying to strengthen them. But at the same time, the state and public institutions, in order to combat poverty and unemployment, they're building cooperatives, but they think that the cooperative itself will create employment. And some NGOs write important projects, their machinery, textile, resources. How will we achieve sustainability? Through cooperatives. That's what they think.
And then you look at the workers in that cooperative, you see that they have these big machines, hefty machines, and they're at a loss as to what to do. So on the other hand, all these cooperatives, or in addition to these cooperatives that are established, we need to make sure that we are needs-based in our approach, because many of these cooperatives close down after a while. So we definitely need to keep an eye on this. And after the economic crisis, we see that we need to make sure that women actually take ownership of these cooperatives. We need to support them and provide the necessary mechanisms so that these cooperatives can succeed and thrive. Now, women's cooperatives, I don't know if you're aware of this, but these are quite bottom-up, poor women organizing, and rather than middle class or elite, these are quite grassroots, and they are actually quite disruptive in that sense. So that's why they're so important. So on the one hand, these women's cooperatives, these women, from time to time, they are seen as the objects for social service of local authorities, but actually they can also devise their own development models, and they can produce, and they can also be responsible for childcare, and they can also assess catastrophe risks of neighborhoods, and also help local authorities to create disaster plans in many different areas. These women's cooperatives can and do actually carry out important work. And as KEDEV, what we're trying to do is we're trying to support these women's cooperatives, and most of all, what we're trying to do is we're trying to reach out to these vulnerable groups, and we're trying to make sure that we give them a competitive boost. And we have seen that during the pandemic, women's cooperatives working in agriculture actually succeeded quite a lot during the pandemic. I don't know if you know this, but the Urla Women's Cooperative in Turkey achieved great things during the pandemic. They also did a lot of charitable work. So, in a nutshell, here's what we do to support the cooperatives. About the care plan, we devise programs, and we make sure that women's cooperatives actually render these services for the elderly, for young people, and taking care of the elderly, and so on and so forth. So through women's cooperatives, this can be done, and this can be disseminated. And also, there are so many things that can be done in the private domain, new business ideas, new entrepreneurship initiatives, new ideas. We support cooperatives in that regard. We also provide funding. We also provide resource allocation. So from this point of view, I think what we're trying to do is we're trying to help them survive. And obviously we do this in a grassroots fashion. and that is very important, and we take this very seriously. And actually, I don't know if that's the case in the world, but in Turkey, the importance of this is key. I mean, this is like a women's movement, women's empowerment movement, and there's a lot that we can learn from these women. Thank you very much. Now, I don't think we have a lot of time, so let us move on to questions. Perhaps that would be for the best. Should we receive your questions now? Let me also add one more thing. The City Council was established in 2019, and we are civil society stakeholders coming from many different areas, and we're trying to liaise with one another and forge ties with one another. And actually, I believe that there aren't many civil society organizations that have a needs-based approach. Many civil society organizations, many of these organizations are actually project-based. They draw up reports and they become like commercial entities, they're like companies. And actually, this is quite a widespread thing. I think we need to be more open, CSOs need to be more open and listen to one another more. And in addition to being rights defenders in the realm of civil society, I think representation is key. That is of crucial importance. And as a city council, this is what we're trying to do. And obviously, participation sometimes is a bit of a luxury for vulnerable people. I mean, they work throughout the day, they don't have the time, they don't have the strength to go to a meeting. So because they cannot come to the council, we try to bring the council to them, and we've started doing this with children, and we are hoping to duplicate this with other vulnerable groups as well. So civil society organizations actually need to take this into account. And there are certain things that we should not overlook, such as creativity and joy, I think. Well, especially when it comes to young people and children, we need to make sure that they can express themselves, that they can develop themselves, and give them the opportunities to do so and instill a sense of joy in them. Recently, there was an event that brought together NGOs, everyone presented their projects and so on and so forth. And one of the applicants, actually, I mean, this was in the UK, and one of the applicants said that they established theater companies to stage their own plays, and I think this is something that we need to do. We need to inspire people. We need to bring a sense of joy into people's lives rather than just focusing on poverty. We need to change that mindset. We need to change our perception of representation. That is really important. I mean, we deal with the municipality directly, and in city councils especially, we need to question why a poor woman or a disabled person, elderly person, is not represented at the city council level. I mean, I haven't found a reasonable answer to this question yet, and no one has the answer to this question. These relations, power relations, need to change. I guess this is what we need to do to move things forward. Thank you very much. Let me continue from where you left off. Let's give the floor to Pankaj and then to you. Well, what's the way out? What do you think?
So I think if I want to give some policy prescriptions from the point of view of health and income inequality, which is actually a big problem, I think I will then talk about the Oxfam line. And Oxfam believes that because of the pandemic, actually, we need to have actually an excess profit tax because of the windfall gains that the corporates have made during the last 2 years. So this is basically one of solidarity wealth tax on new billionaires also, and then permanent wealth tax on the richest people. And Oxfam has actually given a graded method of fixing wealth tax on the rich people. So 2%, 3%, and 5%, depending on how much wealth you own. And Oxfam's calculations, you will have to see the methodology when you go and see the report, is that this will generate 2.52 trillion dollars, which will actually be enough to take people out of poverty, make vaccines available to everyone, provide universal health care and social protection to roughly around 3.6 billion people. So I think I will actually stick to Oxfam line on what needs to be done as far as inequality is concerned.
Çok teşekkürler.
Thank you very much. Perihan. Last words, yes. Here are my last words. Now, we need to accentuate the voice of the disenfranchised, the poor. We need to make sure that their voices are heard. And obviously, the civil society has an important role to play. As they say, we need to perhaps, take a hard look in the mirror. And as Tülin said, we need to make sure that civil society organizations create spaces where poor people can express their views. Now, when we look at the society in general, how do people view poverty? I think this summarizes the view of the civil society as well. Usually, poor people are seen as lazy, as uneducated, and that they're people that need saving, and but even volunteers working in civil society organizations think that they know it better than the poor. No one thinks of asking the poor what is it that they want and what is it that they think, and whoever touches on the poor, they win rather than the poor themselves. I mean, if you're an employer, if you you can make money from the backs of poor people and give them the minimum wage. If you're a civil society organization, you can focus on poor people and try to rehabilitate them, quote unquote, create projects and allocate resources and think that you're successful. But in the public domain, I mean, there are people who are employed to deliver food and coal to poor people, and it is them who win in the end, not the poor people themselves. Or sometimes some people, to ease their conscience or to be good, they extend aid to poor people, and again, it is these benefactors who win in the end, not the poor people. And in the private sector, they call it it's corporate social responsibility, and it is a bit like giving your tithe, and we're talking about a world that is quite unimaginable for poor people, and these companies use this as a marketing tool, as a PR tool, and work with the most popular, most trendy NGOs out there, and their marketing budgets are almost on a par as budgets for buying arms, but they give a very small segment of that to the poor, and again, it is them who win in the end, and not yet poor people. And there are also developmentalists. We're all developmentalists, as they say, and what they care about is as follows. They say it's we shouldn't give them fish. Let's get them to fish, teach them how to fish. But this is not genuine. This is not sincere at all, because as was previously mentioned, there is no fish to be caught. I mean, the fish are caught at the very beginning of the river by certain people anyway. And who makes money out of this? Those who try to get the poor to fish, and it is them who win in the end, and not the poor people. So this is a catch-22. I mean, everyone benefits off the backs of the poor, and it's always the poor who do not get anything in the end. So as an individual, you hand out money or aid to poor people, and that's good for your conscience, and it's good for the companies when they offer something to the poor, because it's part of their marketing campaign. So what we need to do is we need to listen to the poor, and civil society organizations need to play an important role in this, because I mean, where is the fish? That is the question, and who has the fish? And rather than teaching people how to fish, our struggle should be about, claiming our rights, or poor people claiming their rights. And I think this is what local authorities need to do as well. So as we talk about these things, I mean, we need to see poverty as a rights issue, and not see these people as victims, as uneducated masses, as people who need financial aid. For 35 years now, I mean, we work with women, and no one should think in their stead and act in their stead. They don't need that, because they know how things should be. We need systems, we need mechanisms to include these people in everything that we do. So the way out is to make sure that the voice of poor people are heard. And as civil society organizations, let us not teach them how to fish, because there's no fish to speak of. Let us make sure that we build a better, a fairer system, and let's make sure that we hear the voices of these people. And I mean, for 25 years now, I have been witnessing this on the ground, and so we should move away from this perception of these people as victims. We're all equals, and we need to treat each other as equals. That's important. Yes, thank you very much. These last words are really pertinent, and thank you so much for sharing these with us. And yes, I mean, when it comes to the Roma, we have a lot of projects on the ground, and the first thing they say is this: are you going to take our photo, or how are you going to, or are you going to share these photos on social media? I mean, if you're going to do that, we don't want your help, they say, because this is how it has been for them. They've been photographed and shared on the media, on social media, or they say, yes, we get this aid to fill our stomachs, but please do not publish these images on social media, they say, because that's how it has always been. So we need to see these people as objects and treat them with dignity and respect, and we need to see things from their point of view. That is how we should tackle this issue, and we should be rights-based in our approach. That's the right way of going about this. But unfortunately, people like to be the savior, and we all have the savior complex, as the civil society as well. We have that complex as well. Yes, I mean, yes, really, truly, when it comes to poverty, we need to realize that this is not purely economical. This is, I mean, we're all human beings, and we need to be treated with the dignity and respect. How do we want to live? How do we want our children to live? We need to have an idea about this, and we need to be participating in all sorts of decision-making processes. Fighting poverty is not just job creation. Fighting poverty is not just rendering services to poor people. It's all about participation, fostering participation. Yes, absolutely agree. Thank you so much, and we'd like to thank our panelists. If you have any questions, we have 15 more minutes. Who is this question for, please? Thank you for this panel. Last 2 minutes, not last 15 minutes. Yes, thank you very much. There are so many people with hearing difficulties, and hearing devices are so expensive. Not many families can afford these devices, and the state sometimes gives money to these people, and sometimes people, when we complain about these things, we are labeled as ungrateful. Is this the same in India? That's what I wanted to ask you, Pankaj. I mean, sometimes poor people or disabled people are branded as ungrateful. All right.
My country and your country in many respects are not different, which is something that you're describing also happens in India all the time. So we have a very large food distribution program, which is not for people with hearing impairment. I'm just talking about a very large government scheme which reaches out actually rice free of cost, 10 kgs or some quantity to 80 crore people, which should translate into millions of people. India's population is 1.35. Roughly half of India's population is getting free rice supplied by the government. And when people say the rice quality is slightly poor, it's not very good, they are branded as completely ungrateful. But there is another side. When the government is giving free rice or anything, any direct bank transfer for subsidies, etc., the government expects something in return. And that's something which I am adding on to your question, is votes. So it's a very different kind of situation. But yes, what you are asking is also true for India.
Çok teşekkürler. Faik Bey'den son soruyu alayım.
I'll get the question from Faik Bey, and then we'll finish. Thank you very much for all the presentations. We talked about poverty, and you linked it to neoliberalism, which is familiar. So, are we thinking wrong in a certain way? This is what I am thinking. You know, the poverty in the world. Is it something that is created by people who are trying to make money? Or is there a big management project to leave masses poor so that they don't show solidarity or get together? So you deprive them of this solidarity and you create this loyal society. So is it about that? So is it just about economy, or is there another problem behind? Aside from the neoliberal economy model, in world experiences, could anyone finish poverty, you know? What do you think? Well, as I started my presentation, I said that I'll keep neoliberal policies responsible in today's circumstances. Of course, that's not the sole reason, but making masses unheard is a method of neoliberal policies, actually. And perhaps now those are behind. The administration is authoritarian. They want to be in power, remain in power. So we see the echo of that. It's still lingering. So as the rights are taken away, and as they set control, they could come up with an order. They realize that, and they still continue that. And as a result, it's beyond poverty, actually, today. The middle class, those people who are pleased with themselves, are also complaining now. they're also within the boundaries of poverty today. So we need to recall social state. We need to rethink the transformation mechanisms or redistribution and resharing. That's all I can say. Building it. Yeah. Thank you. I believe we have to close. Time is up. Thank you for your attention. I want to thank all the distinguished panelists as well. Thank you. Your opinions are important for us. We have a QR code on the screen. Please fill the evaluation form.
Herkese merhaba.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the last session of today. We hope that it was a fruitful day for you. Today we want to introduce you to Ishtar Lakhani. She was in the top 100 women list of BBC. She's a feminist activist, and she's going to talk about the creative means of activism based on her experiences. She's also a jury member in the International Hrant Dink Award. Beyond the well-known campaigns, she works on strengthening the different perspectives and how to bring together art and activism. She's going to describe it through her own methods. Before that, I'd like to give some information about our speaker. Ishtar Lakhani is a feminist activist. For more than 15 years, she's been defending or advocating for social justice. She studied anthropology, and she worked on sexual abuse victims. She coordinated a radical feminist platform for that, and she also started sandwich making in an activist bookstore, and she started defending the sex workers in South Africa. So she has several activities. She collaborates with several NGOs, and she supports strategic approaches to human rights approaches as an activist. Dear Ishtar, before I give the floor to you, I have a few questions. There are 3 facilitating questions. I'll read them, then I'll give the floor to you. Can you talk about how you found yourself in the field of creative activism, and what is creative activism for new beginners? What moved you? In your interviews and in your biography, you talk about being funny about serious things. So can you talk about these advocacy campaigns for sex workers and how you use humor there? And what tips can you give for being creative for activists? And for new campaigns and creating new strategies, what are some fresh and fun ideas? The floor is yours.
Okay, that's a lot. Hi everyone, because I feel it's strange just to talk to you. We have a whole audience here. Hi everyone, thank you for coming. So how I got into creative activism, it was a little bit by chance. I was born in apartheid South Africa. There's a lot going on here with all this technology. I was born in apartheid South Africa, and my parents were resisting the apartheid movement, were artists that were working in creative industries, but were using their art for activism. So my mother's an art historian, my father's a theater maker, and they were both political activists. So from a young age, I realized that actually activism can look like different things. It can look like marching in the streets, but it can also look like theater. It can also sound like music. Like activism can be so many different things. So that when I grew up, it was in my blood to become an activist. I looked around, and we were only pursuing 1 or 2 or 3 types of activism, types of tactics. And also, I saw that creativity and artistry was such a wonderful entry point into communicating with people. So often, it's so much easier to talk to someone about the music that they love, or what the latest series that they're watching, and then use that as an entry point for my sneaky political agenda around women's rights, around sex worker rights. Talking about the fun in activism, I think this is something we often don't do enough. We work on incredibly serious issues, depressing issues, and sometimes we can't see the fun in it. But I would argue that fun is a really important part of the work that we do. It gives us energy, it gives other people energy, and it really provides a really good entry point to get other people to join us, to join our campaigns. What I really want to talk to you today is about some of the work that I've done, but more about the work that I work with other social movements and organizations on, and that is how to insert more creativity into the activism that they do, why it's important, and some of the lessons that I've learned. So think about this as creative activism for beginners, to answer the last question that was given. I'm just going to look at some of the different campaigns I've worked on, and what are some of the learnings that we can apply to our own campaigns to make them more creative, more accessible. But I'm quickly going to start here with, who am I? I'm not an expert. This is no, not an expert. This is work that I love to do. This is work that I love to do with different organizations. I'm growing in it every day. I work with other incredible organizations like the Center for Artistic Activism, who've been doing this for decades. It's not something you become an expert in. It's something that you are always learning through talking with people, through traveling, through looking at the different types of activism that people are doing around the world. The first question that I really like to ask, and I think I might ask this to our moderator because you're sitting there with a mic, I want to know what made you care about human rights? We all have this moment. We all care for human rights in some ways. Otherwise, we wouldn't be giving up our Saturday afternoon to be here. You could be doing so many more enjoyable things right now than sitting in this room listening to me. But there's a reason that you care about human rights. But there's also a time that you didn't care about human rights. When you were running around as a child, I'm not sure whether if someone asked you when you were 3 years old what you wanted to be when you grew up, you said, well, you know, I want to be a human rights lawyer, or I want to advocate for refugee rights in South Sudan. Like, I'm fairly certain something happened to you or around you or with your parents or your family, or you saw something that made you decide, actually, I'm going to care. I'm going to do something about it. I'm going to join a protest. I'm going to join an organization. I'm going to read up about a particular organization that does human rights-based work. I know for me it was when I was a young kid. I would go and visit my grandmother, and there was always tension visiting my grandmother because there would always be fights between my parents and my grandmother because I have an older brother. And my grandmother would always say, Ishta, come to the kitchen, Bashka, you can stay in the lounge. And this was always a fight because my parents were like, no, both my children are treated equally. This is not how we work at home. Both children need to learn how to cook. We don't do this thing at home where Ishta cooks and Bashka doesn't. And this was always a point of tension. And that was my first light bulb moment as a child where I was like, oh, something's not quite right with the world. And that was what started making me care about women's rights in a very small and subtle way that then grew more and more active as I grew up. So I'm asking, what made you care? Why are you here?
I come from a family of journalists, so I think when I was old enough to understand that, my father especially, the hardships that he had and in his profession, but also his first boss, for example, in Turkey, the editor-in-chief of Milliyet newspaper was assassinated when he first started as a reporter. So when I was old enough to understand that there were a lot of slain journalists in Turkey and also who are imprisoned because of the news that they were reporting, and they still are imprisoned to this day. So for me, it started with advocating for the right to information and freedom of speech, especially for journalists. That's how it got me.
Okay. So for me, I'm going to stand, this is weird. So for me, this is a really important question, and I've asked this question to hundreds of people working in human rights around the world, and they've all given me very similar answers. So really meaningful, visceral experiences, whether it's a case of them being refugees or something happening to their mother being a survivor of domestic violence, or witnessing the detention of a friend. Everyone gives me these stories about what made them care. And why I think this is really the fundamental question of creative activism is because what are we trying to do in our activism? We're trying to make other people care, right? Like, we're trying to make other people more empathetic, more kind. We're trying to get other people to get up and do something. So my question to you is, when I've asked these questions to hundreds of people, and think about the answer to your question, if I asked that question to you, what would your answer have been? And what I found is that very few people, of the thousands of people I've asked, said, I signed a petition, and suddenly I was motivated. I read a pamphlet. No one has said to me, I came to a conference and I watched a panel, and then I decided to dedicate my entire life to human rights. But these are the tactics that we do in our activism. I'm not saying these aren't important. These are really, really important, that we use these tactics and strategies for social change. But what I'm saying is, at the end of the day, what we're trying to do is really fundamentally make people care. And if these tactics didn't make us change our behavior, how do we expect it to change the behavior of others? If it didn't work for us, why would it work on someone else? So my question is, how do we create those feelings that move people to care in our activism? And one of my answers would be using creative tactics. And so what is creative activism? So it's looking at the creative imagination and really trying to apply it tactically, strategically, and organizationally to make activism more effective. The second point is really important. Everyone has a creative life they can bring to this activism. I don't want to hear this, I can't draw, I can't sing, I'm not creative. That is nonsense. Everyone here has some way that they express themselves creatively. Whether you throw an amazing dinner party, whether you love fashion, you make an amazing playlist. I have a friend that does the most creative budgeting on spreadsheets I have ever seen in my entire life. We all have some sort of creative outlet that we use. My question is, how do we take that creative outlet and apply it to our activism? What's really important that it's about long-term change, not a once-off tactic. So creative activism is not around, I don't know, doing a flash mob and getting 5 million likes on Facebook. It's about thinking creatively about how we approach our advocacy. And this applies not only to direct action, but for example, strategic impact litigation. Some of the most creative people I know are human rights lawyers. When they think about how to be creative about how they interpret the law and how they advocate for human rights through law. So it's about making sure that it's really part of a long-term strategy for change, not necessarily just a once-off tactic. And the final kind of important thing about creative activism is the truth will not set you free. This idea that if people just had the information, if they just had the evidence, they're going to make the right decision. And I think all of us know that this is not true. We can provide so much correct, evidence-based information to policymakers. That does not mean that they are going to make the right decision. That is not going to mean they change their behavior. So the idea is the truth is really, really important, but often it needs some help. And this is where creativity can really help the truth along a little bit. So this is something that for me has been really fundamental in thinking about how we approach creative activism. So it's a term that was invented by the Center for Artistic Activism that I work with. So effect, we know effectiveness. I identify as an activist. Activists are very effective human beings. We get things done. Like I know in South Africa, where I'm based, if you wanted me to organize a 500-person march in 24 hours in front of Parliament, I could do it like that. Like, we get shit done as activists. Artists are very affective people in the sense that they know how to move people. That's their bread and butter. You look at a painting, you listen to a piece of music. You don't have to say a lot, but you feel something. And so where the magic happens in creative activism is when you combine effect and affect, and you get effect. And this is when you combine the effectiveness of activism with the affectiveness of artistry, and you get something that can move towards social change, but also create that feeling in people, that feeling that you had when you decided, I need to stand up and do something. And so just a few lessons and examples. This is not an exhaustive list. I know I'm going to go through a couple of examples, and someone's going to say, but I have this organization. This is not exhaustive. These are just a few examples to highlight some key lessons. There's an amazing website run by the Center for Artistic Activism called Actipedia. It's like a Wikipedia, but for creative activists, and please contribute to it. It's creative activists all around the world putting up all their creative activities on the internet. But the first one I want to talk about is in Bogota. So in Colombia, this new mayor comes in. This is in the 70s and 80s, and there's a huge issue with traffic fatalities. So a lot of people are dying, pedestrians and motor drivers, car drivers. And they're doing this because they're not obeying the rules of the road. And people are driving badly, and no one is paying attention to the rules of the road. So the mayor came in, and we're like, okay, what could I do about this? So a lot of people's approach would be regulation. We need regulation, we need speed bumps, we need fines, we need education. There's a lot of things we can do to make sure people drive safer, pedestrians are better about crossing the road and obeying the rules of the road. He took a different tactic. He was like, you know what? People in Colombia hate to be mocked. Like, mocking is just the worst thing. You can find people, it won't make them change their behavior, but mocking might work. And there was a lot of corruption in the police. And so he fired all the police officers and hired them back as mimes. And so the job of these mimes, they were to mock people when they didn't obey the rules of the road. And you might think this is a really strange approach to solving traffic issues in Bogota, but you know what? It worked. It reduced traffic fatalities by over 40% in a very short amount of time. And so this is an example of how using surprise can be a wonderful way of really catching people off guard. Would this work in South Africa? Probably not. Would this work in your country? Maybe, maybe not. It's not about whether it will work in your country or not, because context matters, but it's about thinking, what would surprise people? Suddenly they see a mime, they stop, they ask themselves a bunch of questions. They question themselves in a way that having gotten a fine would never have made them change their behavior. Another example, the Me Too movement. So in China, we know online, really high restrictive policies in censorship in the media and the internet. And so the Me Too movement happened, and activists couldn't talk about it and couldn't publicize it because the government was really clamping down the Me Too hashtag. So feminist activists in China said, okay, let's think about this. How can we start the conversation and join this international growing conversation of Me Too? And they thought, me means rice in Chinese. Tu means bunny in Chinese. What if we call it the rice bunny movement? Because the Chinese government can't ban rice on the internet, and they can't ban bunnies either. So in this way, the Chinese activists were able to use the Me Too movement and the Me Too hashtag by being creative about it, by thinking a little bit differently, but most importantly, by knowing their terrain and using it to their advantage. Like, they knew what would be able to get through kind of the Chinese government's algorithm and what wouldn't. So when you think about your activism and using creativity in your activism, you are the best people to do it. Someone on the outside can't come in and say, this is what you should do. You know your terrain the best, and how do you use that to your advantage? How do you use your humor in your community? Because humor might be different. Something that's funny in one community might be not funny in another. So the really important thing is cultural terrain is our terrain as activists. So how do we really get to know it, and how do we use it to our advantage? This campaign, incredible campaign happening in Argentina around the campaign for legal, safe, and free abortions. What this campaign really taught me about creativity was the use of signs, symbols, and spectacles. This green bandana became the sign and the symbol for the movement. With something as simple as a green bandana, you can show so much. It can be instilled with so much meaning. So when we're thinking of our campaigns, how are we thinking of using signs and symbols and spectacles in our campaign? Because now my colleague tells a story of, she was on the bus and she had a green bandana tied to her backpack. And this woman came running up to her and she was like, "Can I just hang with you? There's a guy that's harassing me. Can we just have a conversation, pretend like you know me?" For me, that was amazing because just having that green bandana said so much about who she is, what she believes, what her meanings are. She was a safe space for this woman just by having a green bandana. So when we think about our campaigns, how are we thinking about signs, symbols, and spectacles? Because that green bandana does more advertising, does more recruitment for me than any kind of pamphlet that I could get at a store. Like, how are we thinking about these signs, symbols, and spectacles? Come on, there we go. This is one of my favorite examples. It's with a group we're working with on corruption in North Macedonia. And an artist came in and was like, "Okay, I'm here to help you with your campaigns. What do you care about?" And they were like, "Corruption. Corruption is what we care about." So he was like, "Okay, corruption. What epitomizes corruption? What is like the visual of corruption?" And for them, it was potholes. It was potholes that never, ever, ever got fixed. So they decided to do an interesting intervention. They held a fishing competition in one of the biggest potholes. They had a fishing competition, and in there you'll see a live fish, and they hung out, and people asked what you're doing. They're like, "No, it's a fishing competition. It's going to be the annual fishing competition in North Macedonia, and we're trying to catch fish." And then journalists started showing up, and then the conversation started. And we're like, well, actually, there's these potholes because of corruption, and because of corruption, they're not going to get fixed. And we've complained, and we've written, and we've done all the things in our local municipality, and we can't fix these potholes. They got so much media coverage that those potholes were fixed in weeks. And so for me, this is an incredible example of sometimes, simple works. There we go. Sometimes simple works. There's an example of school children doing something very similar using little rubber duckies, because in their country, ducks represent corruption, and all they did was float little rubber duckies in these potholes, and they were fixed within a week. So when we're thinking about creative activism, it doesn't necessarily have to be some really expensive, big, epic campaign. It can sometimes be just having a fishing competition in a pothole, and that could work. Talking about funny and being seriously funny. So this was a campaign run in Russia, and it was around corruption. And so and specifically around election corruption. And there was no way that activists could protest safely. So they decided to have a doll protest. And so all around the country, they had little dolls, and they were having signs about police corruption. And it was really funny. And I know a lot of people are looking at this going, but what kind of change could this have done? Surely, it's like little dolls holding some signs, went viral on social media, so what? The government took this protest so seriously, they tried to legislate against these meetings. They call these nano meetings. So be taken that seriously, to try and be legislated against, means that this was a threat. And this was a threat to the Russian government, but at the same time, managed to keep the participants safe. So really thinking about when you're in growing restrictive environments, when you're worried about safety, if you think about it creatively, maybe you can come at it from another angle. The same thing is, this is a very depressing situation, but they used humor. And humor was part of the reason why it was shared so widely with people, because humor is also such an amazing entry point to connect with people. So for me, this was a great example of how we can be seriously funny. Often people are like, no, but serious issues, but we really can approach it from a creative way, and a way that actually works to enhance safety for people who are in really, really restrictive environments. This, speaking of restrictive environments, this war on smog, so this was in China. So we know the Chinese air quality is really, really bad. And a bunch of activists really wanted to protest this, but protest is illegal. And so a bunch of young people got together to say, oh, how can we show people that this is a problem, that this is something we care about? And so they had this war on smog. And what is really smart about this was that War on Smog was the campaign, was the name of the campaign the government was running. So as far as the government was concerned, this could be like a supportive celebration of the government's war on smog. And they went about doing exactly what they do on weekends. They got married, they did ballet, but they did all of this with gas masks. What I find really interesting about this intervention was that they knew it was a protest. Everyone knew it was a protest. People looking at this knew it was a protest. The police knew it was a protest, but they couldn't do anything about it because it didn't look like a protest. It didn't look like the image that most people think about when they think of protests. So really thinking about activism in disguise. Like, how can we use our creativity to disguise our activism? Because the message was loud and clear, but they got away with it in a highly restrictive space because it didn't look like what activism is supposed to look like. This, for me, is an example of, quite often I do this myself, is that as an activist, I often poo-poo pop culture. And I say, why must I care about what the Kardashians are doing? And I realize that actually, with creative activism, it's really important to know what's going on, what pop culture, what is bringing people together already. Pop culture is pop culture because it's popular. And so what are the elements of pop culture that we can think of that we can bring into our activism? And so this is an intervention and campaign called Conflict Kitchen. And basically, they want people to know about countries that America is at war at. And yes, they could have written a fact sheet and they could stand at shopping centers and give people the information about the countries that America is at war at and try and garner some form of empathy. They decided to go at it from a different point of view, where they were like, where do people organically gather? What do all people have in common? They eat. Everyone eats. And so how can we make eating part of our activism? And so they set up pop-up kitchens. And so every couple of months, there'll be a pop-up kitchen, and the theme of the food will be a country that America is at war with. And on the menus, on the food, on the receipt, will give the person more information. And I can guarantee you they reach more people, create more empathy with people through their food, and through their information given about the people of that country through their food, than they probably would have if they decided to hold a panel or give a fact sheet. So this, for me, is a really good example about using pop culture. And how can we think of pop culture in our activism? How can we use some of the elements where, think about where people already gather. What are people liking? What are people doing? And how do we use that in our activism? This is still online. If all of you have a chance, please go play this video game. It's a free video game online, and it's activists in Italy really wanting to draw attention to McDonald's and the harm that McDonald's is doing. But again, they've done all the things. They've written the white papers, they've done the interviews, and people are not just, they're not feeling that damage. They're reading about all the destruction in the Amazon and the hormones and the bad environmental treatment of the bad employee treatment, but it doesn't move people to stop eating McDonald's. So they created this game And you go online and you play it for free, and you basically have to run a McDonald's empire. And I'll give you a little cheat sheet. I tried the first time to play it, I tried to run it incredibly ethically. So you see, you have to run your grazing, you have to run your abattoir, you have to run your shop, you have to run your corporate headquarters, and I really tried to be a good person. Everyone had enough grazing space, I didn't give my cows any hormones, I paid my employees fairly, I hired enough employees, I didn't kind of do any corruption in the corporate headquarters, and I lost. And I tried it again, and I lost, and I keep on losing. And I was like, okay, maybe if I just overgraze the land a little bit, then I'll win. Okay, I lasted longer, and then I died. Okay, maybe if I graze the land a lot, and maybe if I bribe the indigenous leaders to take their land. Okay, I'm winning, I'm doing a little bit better. Okay, maybe if I just give my cows some hormones, that will make, okay, you know what I should do? I'm gonna only hire one person and not pay them anything and make them work overtime all the time, and then I'm gonna put ads in Disney and product placement. And so what you found is the more and more you became corrupt, the more and more you became damaging to the environment, the better you did. And for me, this was an incredible experience of what it feels like to be doing such evil things all together. Because I know if I read the connections between all of this in a research paper, I wouldn't have gotten that feeling. I'd have read in the paper going, oh, I see that they're bribing indigenous leaders and this results, and there's a nice diagram and a table. But there was something about playing this game for 20 minutes that got me to deeply understand the interrelationship and the complexity of this issue. And so for me it was, how do we demonstrate reality? We often forget that the term demonstration comes from demonstrate. How are we showing people the reality of what we're dealing with? I live in Cape Town in South Africa, and I live right around the corner from our parliament. And there are protests outside parliament like every 3 days. And this one time I was driving past Parliament and I hooted because I was going to hoot because that's what you do, like show solidarity and you hoot. And I was just about to hoot, and then I realized I actually have no idea what these people are protesting. There's a group of them, there's some placards, it looks like what a protest looks like, but this could very easily be a white supremacy protest. Don't want to hoot for that. So for me, that was an immediate problem. How am I driving past and you're not showing me what you're protesting so I can be for or against it? So how are we thinking about demonstrating reality so when people join us, they get that feeling of what it means, what it feels like to run a McDonald's? This is also a pretty simple intervention by students in Cologne, and they wanted to protest around climate change. And for me, this is a visceral, this makes me feel something. It makes me feel a sense of urgency. In one picture, we know what they're saying. And for me, this was so powerful because something like climate change is notoriously hard to do advocacy around because a lot of the change is slow and you can't see it. And so how do you create a sense of urgency in people on an issue that they can't see right in front of them? It's not like police brutality, which you can film and see. It's long-term impact. And so this was, for me, a very clever demonstration, because it demonstrated something that was invisible, and they made it visible. So how do you take things that are generally invisible? So for example, my work around domestic violence. Domestic violence is something that happens in the home. It happens often behind closed doors. So when you go out there in the world, like, how do you show people that this is important and they need to care and they need to do something? So when we're thinking about our issues and being creative about our approaches, are we thinking about how do we make the invisible visible? What are the different strategies we can use? I promise I'm nearly done with all my examples. But these are just some of the ones that really inspire me, but also taught me a lot in how I can apply some of those learnings into my own campaigning. This is an interesting example. It's actually done by an artist called Candy Chang. And this was right after Hurricane Katrina. And they were rebuilding New Orleans. And people were looking at how they were planning on rebuilding New Orleans, and they were doing a really bad job about it. And so Candy Chang printed out these stickers, $20, and went and slapped them on places all around New Orleans. And so if I would ask, me being a South African activist, if I had to ask my fellow activist, how would you go about community participation? How would you go about finding out what the community wants? Immediately, community dialogues. We love community dialogues. We love surveys. And these are all really important tools. This is an example of how to get community participation through a different way, through a very, very cheap way. And so people filled it in. I wish this was community garden. I wish this was Brad Pitt's house, a home, repaired, a bike rack, livable. This is a really, really interesting example of what it looks like to empower people, what it looks like to give people an opportunity to participate in a process. And she gathered all this up, and it was used for real-life policy change. So I think that's something that's also really important about all these examples. They weren't just for fun. They weren't just, oh, let's have a good time, let's try something different, let's hire some mimes, let's make some stickers. All these really made very tangible differences in the movements and the sectors that they were working in. And so I think this is my last one, possibly. It's my last one because it's my favorite one, and it confuses people a lot why I put it in there, but I put it in there for a particular reason. It's called 24-Hour Museum by a Chilean artist called Alfredo Yar. And so he wasn't that famous at the time, but he was famous enough to get invited to places to make art. And so he got invited to Skogul, Sweden. And Skogul, Sweden makes paper. That's what they do, they make paper. And he gets there, and the first thing he does when he goes anywhere, he says, take me to your museum or gallery. And the people of Skogul said, we don't have one. Okay, that's weird. Okay, fine. That's going to be my gift to you, and that's going to be my art. I'm going to build you a museum. And so he did. He built them a museum out of paper because that's what they have and that's what they do. And they got local artists, but also local children to exhibit work. They got a Oompa band, because that's what you do in Sweden. Everyone had an awesome time. The mayor came, they advertised, they had speakers. It was a wonderful, wonderful affair. And they kept on seeing that the name of the museum was 24-Hour Museum. And so they asked themselves, oh, why? Why 24 hours? He says, well, I'm going to burn it down in 24 hours. And they were like, no, you can't do that. You can't do that? No, you're not going to do that. So they mobilized, they went to the mayor, and they said, you know he's going to burn this museum down, like this beautiful thing that he's created, he's going to burn it down. And the mayor said, well, that's the deal, that was the contract, like, it's part of the art, like, he can do that. And so the people said, okay, no, you know what we're going to do? We're going to mobilize, we're going to go to the fire department. This is a fire hazard, the fire department will never let this happen. They go to the fire department and they say, he is going to burn this down. This crazy man is coming and burning down this museum that he built, and we really like it. Fire hazard, you can't. The police's response were, we're the ones that are going to burn it down. And so they burnt it down. And so you may ask me, what does this teach us about creative activism? What this teaches us is what happened after this. Alfredo goes back home, carries on living his life. He gets a call a few months later, and he says, you know what, from the mayor of Skogul. He's like, after you left, the people mobilized, they organized. The people in Skogul has never wanted for anything. They've never had a reason to organize and mobilize and advocate for anything. He was like, the people got together, and they decided that they want a museum. And so they petitioned and advocated for it, and they are going to build a brick and mortar museum, and they want you to design it. And so for me, this is a really powerful example of cultivating desire. So he didn't give them the museum and say, ta-da, here it is for you. What he did was show them what it could be like, and then he took it away. And doing that was enough to motivate people to mobilize and organize themselves for something that they truly want. So I'm not saying if you want to build a hospital in your community, you must go and build a hospital and then burn it down. That is not what I'm saying. Will this work in every situation? No. But this was a really interesting example of how do we go about showing people what it could be like, what utopia could be like in your particular issue, in your particular struggle, enough to really motivate people to want to join, want to do something, want to care. And so for me, that was the reason why I put that in there, is because for me it's a really good example of cultivating desire in people. None of these will work for you. Just, I'm putting it out there. You cannot go home and just copy-paste any of these tactics and they will work magically for you. They won't. Because context matters. If you look at the Russian example, what's funny in one community is not necessarily funny in others. If you look at the Colombian example, the mayor knew that mocking his citizens would get them to move. Would that work in your context? Maybe it would, maybe it wouldn't. But you need to find what's relevant in your context. With the pop-up food example, where do people gather? What do people do when they come together as communities in your environment? So it's really important that what these are just lessons that we can take and then apply to our own activism to kind of introduce some creativity. Why do we do this? They are more effective. And so quite often I do struggle with this. We're trying to convince people, especially like very serious directors and grown-ups, why we need to have fun, why we need to play, why we need to think creatively. Because a lot of the time what we're doing is not working. My example is our favorite intervention in South Africa is for any issue. The first port of call is we're going to march to Parliament and hand over a memorandum of demands. No matter what the issue is, we love to march to Parliament and hand over a memorandum of demands. This is just, it's what we do. But then if you ask someone, when was the last time that worked? When was the last time? Do you remember who even took your memorandum of demands? No, because that is what we do. We march to Parliament and hand over memorandums of demands, even if it doesn't work. So interventions really are more effective. They are more fun. And because we've chosen this life, we've signed up for majority of our life not to be fun. So I found when you use creative tactics, it really energizes not only yourself, but people around you. And communities want to get more involved. People want to get more involved and participate in your event or intervention or direct action. Cheaper and thrives in the contemporary landscape. I know there's some donors in the room. What is really nice about taking things from a creative point of view is that you use the ducks, for example, and the fishing competition. It took very little time, energy, and resources, but it did so much. So taking a step back, which is really hard to do because we're all into the routine of activism often, and we're all overworked and underpaid, and to be able to step back and say, okay, wait, let me apply some imagination, let me think out of the box, is hard to do. It creates openings. So it creates openings and manages to win people over that wouldn't necessarily have been part of your campaign. So the McDonald's video game creates openings for anyone who wants to play a video game to get connected and educated about what McDonald's is doing. So creativity gives that ability. It's more accessible because what it does, it uses culture as a basis of the intervention. It uses things that are familiar to us. We all know for media and communications that you can't have one message only that you say to everyone over and over again and to different people. It lands differently. If I'm going to work on a campaign for Gen Z versus people of my mother's generation, I'm going to do different things. And it's really important that creative activism really allows us the ability to create those openings. And it creates a culture of creativity, which I think is always useful. And not only a culture of creativity in, say, for example, a direct action, but it makes people problem solve differently. So in my previous organizations, we had a legal clinic, a health clinic, an advocacy department, a peer education program. And doing creative activism meant that everyone suddenly started thinking about problems differently. We had a 24-hour helpline, we had a legal aid helpline, and suddenly the lawyers were thinking about, okay, how else can we approach this problem? What is a creative way we can get our issue on the agenda? And I think the last thing I would like to leave you with is this very important thing, because now I've showed you all these examples, I've said creative activism, fantastic, and now you're sitting back going, I have no time, I have no energy, I'm on the verge of burnout 24/7. Now you're asking me I must do my current work and I now must be creative. You don't have to do everything yourself. What I said in the beginning of this presentation, that there are some people, there are people who are effective and there are people who are affective, and you bring that together and that's where the magic happens. So next time you have a meeting, next time you have a brainstorming, think about bringing other people into the space. Think about collaborating with different people. Think about working with people who creativity and moving people and affecting people is a part of what they do. And you'll find the ideas you come up with are far more richer and more imaginative and more creative. One of the examples I use also is with regards to comms, media and comms. When we're developing a piece of messaging, I often get my 8-year-old godson on the phone and I say, can you explain your message to a Taru? And if he doesn't understand what you're trying to say, then he's not the problem, your message is the problem. And then I get my mother on the phone and I said, Mom, these people are developing some advocacy messages, here's what they have to say. And a lot of the time, the people that are developing the messages are speaking in acronyms, are using complicated language, are not really making it accessible. But just by inviting my mother and my godson into a space, suddenly we're coming up with better ideas. So what I would leave you with is think about creativity, but more importantly, think about collaborating and who you're collaborating with and how you can do that more imaginatively. Think about how you run your meetings. I know from when we started doing our brainstormings outside. So team brainstormings, we used to have it in our boardroom, or we used to come up with ideas sitting at our desks in front of our laptops. Just small things like changing, going outdoors and having a brainstorming changes the quality of the brainstorming and the ideas that you get. So there's 10 minutes left, so questions and things and stuff, yes. Okay, so I'm gonna leave it there. That was some of the lessons in creative activism and why I think it's a useful tool in getting our work in human rights done. And yeah. Questions? I'm coming. I feel like a pop star with all this technology on me.
Teşekkür ederim sunum için.
Thank you for your presentation. It was a fun presentation. I am a graphic designer. I have hearing disability, by the way. So I make social media design for our Association for the Hearing Disabled. On the 3rd of December, we celebrate the Day for the Disabled, the World Disability Day, and associations have celebrations, public organizations have celebrations, but disability is not something to celebrate. I mean, it's not a day to celebrate. it is a perspective. So that should be the perspective on the 3rd of December. We can't find translators in public organizations. You know, children can't have access to hearing aid because it's very expensive. So we did something. We said we're not present on the 3rd of December. We're not there. That was our heading. When you can't find a translator, when you can't buy the hearing devices, when you can't find jobs, when the problems continue, we're not celebrating the 3rd of December. So we created this post. We shared it. There was a lot of reaction. They said, why? Aren't you disabled? Why not, participate? So it took a lot of attention, our design. And citizens also paid attention. But we have disability, how can you do that? There was this perspective that they had. So we changed perspectives of people and we made the problems more visible. So they started imitating our slogan, the other associations. Other people started saying the same thing. We're not there on the 3rd of December. Others, started to say the same thing. So it was spread. So I think it's important to change the usual discourse. This could be a method or a strategy. There are cliche slogans, and when people get used to this, they get bored, they lose motivation. So it's important to get out of the box, I think, in that regard. And in NGOs, there is this state organization mentality. I walked around the booths. They looked very serious. Maybe they are worried that being fun will make us look less serious. Maybe that's the thing. I don't know. So I listened to your presentation and I thought about this. So I just wanted to share this. I don't know. Is this about our country, or do you observe this in other countries as well? Do they have this fun introduction at the booths, or how do they, interact? So I have this question, and maybe it will help others in terms of their promotions. Thank you.
Really good example about making the invisible visible. And it's been done in different ways, using that lesson in different ways with different movements. I know in Europe there was one around unequal pay for women, and they were being paid, I think it was 25% less than their male counterparts, and so they calculated how much was that in hours, and at that time, everyone, all the women in multiple organizations all got up and left to say, we're being paid for this amount of work and no more, so we'll only work this amount of work. And so I think it's a wonderful way to make something that's invisible visible. The challenge to you would be is, next year, now that everyone's now using this, people are going to be desensitized, and now you're going to have to come up with something better, something more imaginative, something more creative. And so that's also the challenge about creative activism, is that the context is always changing, so our strategies must always change. I know in the sexual health and rights movement, we always used my body, my choice. And that was our slogan. And then suddenly it got co-opted by the right, and they were using my body, my choice. And then suddenly I was looking at an anti-vaxxer campaign in South Africa, and there were people with posters saying my body, my choice. And I was like, but wait, that's leftist slogans. You can't take that, but you can. And so you're going to find that maybe people that are your opposition are going to take on your very creative intervention by saying, we're not here, and copy your campaign. So it is about how do you keep evolving and adapting, because the landscape keeps changing. And with the examples of people being serious, that is all around the world. That is my, every organization I've ever worked in and with, we love a little pull-up banner that we travel around with, and we have our table and we have our pamphlets, and that's how we engage in public participation. We did a very interesting thing a few years ago when I was working in sex worker rights, and instead of doing that, we created a bright orange stand, because that was our organizational colors, and it said, "Ask a sex worker." And we had an Ask a Sex Worker booth, and we set up carnival. So music, sunglasses, and people came up to us and wanted to engage with us, because you see, if you see someone handing out pamphlets, I promise you, go look at the closest rubbish bin around the corner, and you'll find half the pamphlets that you've printed in that bin. And so one of the ideas we came up with was, how do we create a captive audience? So we offered free hand massages. This was before COVID. So we'd offer people a free hand massage, because we realized once you have their hands in your hands, they have to listen to everything you say. And it's very awkward for them to let go of your hand. So once you got, "Oh, free hand massage, come, let me tell you about my organization and the human rights of sex workers and what we need to do and how we need to organize." And so it's about thinking like how creatively can you get your message through in a way that they don't feel like I've kind of intervene their space and like just forced pamphlets and information upon them. So they leave feeling good, we leave feeling good. And we did this strategy a couple of times, and then actually we were invited into Parliament during the budget speech. They invite NGOs to come and put up their stands and hand out the things. They invited us to come inside actual Parliament during the budget speech to give information. And so for me, that was also an amazing example of doing something fun, interactive, creative out in the public, and how that got to influence government proceedings within Parliament. Any other questions, comments, anything? Oh, hands. I love what's going on out there. I don't know what's happening there, but that's, oh, it's awesome.
So I will only ask a quick question then. Do you think that this, like, I consider myself as a very uncreative person. Do you think it's something you can like learn by practice? Are you doing workshops for this? Not only presenting, but for civil society organizations? Is there a infrastructure building
in
this direction?
Yes, it can be taught. So the Center for Artistic Activism does capacity building workshops. We're working currently with lots of organizations, Greenpeace, etc., on kind of building creative campaigning. But what I must say is really important in the sense that I'm working with Greenpeace now. Do I know the stuff that they do? No. It's not about me imparting knowledge. It's about finding out what they know and how to surface that and how to surface people's creativity. Because I know you are probably lying when you say you are uncreative. One of the first things I said is everyone has a creative outlet. And thinking about bringing that creativity to your activism is even thinking creatively about how gardening, the people who did cooking, they cook really well. They managed to make cooking part of their advocacy. People who do puppetry, people who love gaming. Like there's so many different ways. If we just throw out this window that I'm not creative and think about what is my creative outlet and how can I actually bring that into my activism.
I just wanted to ask brilliant presentation, but if I actually take lessons from here and I go back, design a campaign, are there chances that it can still fail?
Absolutely.
Yeah. The reason why I'm asking is that we designed a campaign some 2.5, 3 years back, and probably we thought that we are very creative, but it didn't work. In fact, not only did it not work, but we started getting a lot of flack from the private sector. They went after us because they realized that behind this creativity, the messaging is that there is a lot of exploitation of tea laborers, and therefore the private sector went to the government and said that they are trying to destroy the tea industry. But our messaging was very simple. It was not very direct. So I'm just saying that can this ensure that our campaign would be really creative and successful?
Okay, I have 1 minute to answer before the thing cuts, and then I'm happy to stay and answer any questions for however long. Yes, all campaigns have a likelihood of failing. It's really about what we see as failure and how can we learn from that to iterate and make the next campaign better. Where I have found really useful in planning campaigns is not getting too precious and being experimental in low-stakes situation. So currently we're running an experiment, a series of experiments with an organization where we have 23 teams around the world running 5-week experiments to learn 1 or 2 things, and they get $5,000 and they must just play. And the idea is that it's low stakes. What we're really actually interested is in the learning, because in a 5-week experiment, as opposed to a 3-year campaign, we can learn really quickly what went wrong, what works in the messaging, what doesn't, how can we adapt it. And I think that's really important, because being creative about our campaigning means that we build in flexibility, adaptability, agileness, so that when we encounter opposition, we're able to react quickly and change our tack and change our strategy. So we're not always just bent on one way of doing things because we said we're going to do this for the next year. That's what we're going to do. But every campaign can fail, but also every campaign can win. Is that a minute? Am I done? Am I cut off? But I'm happy to take any and all questions. Thank you.
İşler'e çok teşekkür ederiz. Şimdi sizlerin düşünceleri bizim için çok önemli. O yüzden
Thank you, Ishtar. Please feel free to fill out our assessment form. That would be lovely. We'd like to thank you all for your attendance. We have come to the end of today's sessions, and we hope to see you tomorrow. And at 7 p.m., Bajar will be performing for us for the closing concert. Thank you, and see you tomorrow.